Well, good afternoon there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LG Ultragear TEC Gauntlet Season 1 powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radeon. I'm your host, Assassin47, with me on the desk, our casters and analysts, Crips and Aggressive. How are you guys doing? Starting off with you, Aggressive.
Honestly, after that first initial matchup, it was so intense that I needed to go and head over to the shower. I need to cool on off. And as you can see, my hair is an absolute mess. But hey, I'm still here on the analyst desk. I'm here to bring all the action down to the table. And I'm really excited for the second one because this second matchup, if it's anything like the first one, we're going to be in for a real treat. That's for sure.
Well, definitely. I mean, the first match for the day, right, which was Velocity Gaming going up against the Esports team. Definitely not the result that we expected. I mean, I was sort of expecting the Esports team to go ahead and take at least a map against Velocity Gaming, but not surprised as the final match of the group stages was Velocity Gaming versus the Esports team. So Velocity Gaming took the victory over there 2-0. And again, today in the first game of the playoffs, it was Velocity Gaming to go ahead and take both the maps against the Esports team as well. So that was quite a disappointment as the Esports team are now going to be in the lower brackets. But hey, they still have a chance, so that's something to be happy about. Now, moving on towards the match at hand right now, Global Esports going up against Samurai Esports, the match that you guys have been waiting for as well, and I'm pretty sure that Crips has a lot of insight about that. So, Crips, why don't you tell me what do you feel about Global Esports versus Samurai Esports?
I feel like Samurai are the kind of team who plays defaults way too spread out. We saw something similar in the previous game, right? TET grouped up together. Velocity Gaming, they like spreading out, but then Samurai spread out way too thin. At this point, they're not even a bunch of samurais. They are Ronins. You know what a Ronin is? A Ronin is a rogue samurai, one without a master. That's what Samurai Esports feels to me like sometimes. Whereas on the side of Global Esports, they don't even seem like a team. They seem like a hive mind. So it's not like 5 players individually controlled by one IGL. They seem like 5 fingers to me controlled by one hand. That's what Global Esports seems to me like. So it's a bunch of Ronins versus a hand. I don't know how that comparison pans out, but hey, that's
Hey, let
what
me
these
just
teams feel like to me. And let's see whether these teams can topple each other or not.
Well, definitely. I mean, Samurai Esports and Global Esports both had a pretty good run in the group stages, and now that they're here in the playoffs, we are expecting nothing but the best from both of these teams. And I'm pretty sure that both of them have got themselves prepared to face off against each other as well. Let's take a quick look at the brackets. By the way, we're going to be jumping into the brackets, and we are going to be seeing the updated brackets right now. Where Velocity Gaming, they have advanced onto the next stage of the playoffs after getting that victory against the Esports team. And the Esports team, after that loss, they have moved down to the lower brackets. So, what are your thoughts on the brackets, Aggressive?
In my eyes, the brackets, like when we initially drew them, I was like, hey, all these teams are very evenly matched when it comes down to their first initial matchup. And when you consider the side of Global Esports going up against the side of Samurai, I think that things could just get a little bit spicy and we could just be heading over towards the third map as well. Because analytically, we know for a fact that Samurai Esports were able to take one map off of the side of Global initially when it was in the group stages. So if they can do this once again, and if they head on down over to the third map, I do believe that Samurai Esports, they have that chance of bringing it all back in their favor. But at the same time, I really want to see a lot more emphasis on what Crip said previously to just give that little bit of emphasis towards team play and synergy, not spread themselves out too much, play a little bit more closer together. To go up against the side of Global, you need to bring your A game. Otherwise, I feel as a Global, they're just going to tear you apart.
True that. I mean, Global Esports are a team that are sort of undefeated as well till now. And I feel like Global Esports, they are just getting better every single day. Samurai Esports, on the other hand, have been putting up quite a massive performance as well. The previous results, I mean, at least from the Gauntlet group stages, right? We can spot out the difference coming out from the side of Samurai Esports on how well they have been, pacing themselves, how well they're improving every single day. And I've got nothing but mad respect for all of these players with their individual brilliance from the side of Samurai Esports. But hey, Crips, what do you think about the brackets as we head on over to as the team intro after this?
Honestly, the only match which I do have a good opinion on in this bracket is Godlike versus Valor. As the only match where I can like safely predict without getting it wrong. Godlike does seem like the stronger team over Valor over there. But then when it comes to Global versus Samurai, I really don't know what to predict. Both these teams are pretty
Yeah.
much evenly matched up. In fact, I might even take the liberty to say that this is a matchup that I would have expected to see in the grand finals, not right at the start. Because both these
Mm-hmm.
teams definitely can one up each other, but not just that. I mean, Global Esports seem to be the stronger teams sometimes, but that doesn't mean that Samurai Esports don't make them sweat. And this, in my opinion, is going to be the sweatiest game of the entire lobby.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I kind of agree to you on that, by the way, and not a problem actually, because to be honest, we might just see them in the grand finals as well. So a little bit of a trailer before the actual action is always good. So I feel like the specific match, it sort of can be that uh, I don't know, reality check kind of moment for both of these teams as to where exactly they stand currently. And they are gonna, head on over towards the latest stages of the group, later stages of the playoffs as well. Are constantly evolving and getting themselves at a better place as well in the entirety of the LG Ultragear TC Gauntlet, powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radeon. But hey, guys, with that, we are going to be jumping straight in towards the team intros now. Enough talking about the brackets. Let's see the roster coming out from the side of Team Global Esports as we are going to be seeing the star-studded lineup come in right in front of our screens. Aggressive, walk us through the entirety of Global Esports and what are you expecting out of them against Samurai today?
if I try to break down Global Esports in any more than one word, I think it's an insult to them because they are what you call unstoppable. I would say that's the single word that I can describe them with. Primarily because they have such beautiful aim stars on their side that you can bet your damn funding and you can bet your entire family almost in a way that these guys can bring their A game down to the table every single time. They always will be bringing what they always do in every single match. They're not going to be messing around. They're going to be trying to get as many wins as they possibly can in the most decisive fashion every single time. That's the side of Global Esports for you. But at the same time, I feel as though Global, they have that one small issue that if there is a small breakdown between them, it takes them just a little bit of time, maybe those 1 or 2 rounds to try and analyze everything and bring themselves back to those fullest moments. So I'm really hoping that the side of Global can just iron out those small issues here and there because they're a star-studded roster. They almost have no flaws whatsoever. They just need to iron out that one specific thing, just put their mental game on point going up against the side of Samurai because Samurai Esports, they're very unpredictable. Sometimes you can predict what they want to do, but other times they just go in for a 5-man rush and you're like sitting there on the defensive side saying like, how do I actually stop this and what just happened? It's just 30
Yeah.
seconds into the round, 4 of us are dead, and the Samurai are just planting and just hunting down the 5th plan.
Yeah.
SK Rossi's like, do I save this operator or should I go in for a clutch?
Yeah, I mean, that pretty much is the situation as well. But to be honest, I feel like both of these teams, right? This might just go the distance as well, this specific match, with the amount of strats both of them are preparing. like I've been seeing Samurai Esports putting the grind as well, experimenting in and around with their entire lineup. The quick switcheroo coming out from each player playing different roles, and I'm seeing some interesting changes for sure. Blackhawk from the controller to the duelist, like insane stuff is happening at Samurai Esports, and I'm not even gonna lie, it just is gonna keep on getting better and better after every single match. So yeah, let's quickly take a look at the player spotlight coming out from the side of Global Esports before we talk a lot more about Samurai Esports. But hey, Global Esports is going to be Hellranger, the IGL for the side of Global Esports, to be on the player spotlight today. And Crips, what do you think about Hellranger? I mean, I'm pretty sure that you have a lot to talk about this kind little soul.
Hellranger, in my opinion, is one of the best IGLs in the country simply because he's just very good at adapting and overcoming. This guy can see and execute coming a mile away. He can read whatever has happened in the previous rounds and use that deductive reasoning to figure out what's going to happen next. I might even call him the Sherlock of Indian Valorant scene because he's really good at picking up the little clues and then using that to figure out what's going to happen next. But Samurai Esports is his kryptonite, I must say. You see, Hellranger, he can predict stuff. He can figure out what's going wrong. But in order to predict something, he needs to predict a plan of the opponent team, right?
Yep.
He can figure out their plans. Here's the funny part. Samurai Esports, sometimes their rushes seem like they don't have a plan. You
Yeah,
mentioned
that's
30 seconds into the round, they rush in. How do
Yeah.
you figure out a plan when it doesn't exist? That's
yeah,
his
that's true
kryptonite.
sometimes.
True that. And to be honest, Hellranger, like previously as well, he has played with Excali and Sai and all
Oh
that.
yeah.
So, to be honest, it becomes really, really easy sometimes to just go ahead and read them out as well, because you know their tendencies. You've played with them for, a good couple of years. So the thing is that, Global Esports, what I love absolutely about Hellranger is his ability to make use of each and every player in the team. So if you give him a resource like SK Rossi or Kappa or anyone, it looks like that Hellranger can just quickly go ahead and make use of that specific asset, that resource, and just gain some sort of an advantage for his team. That's the best part about Hellranger. So yeah, I absolutely love the guy and the way he just goes ahead and leads the team as well to victory. But hey, talking about victories, we know for a fact that Samurai Esports have tasted some as well. So let's quickly go ahead and check out their roster coming out from the side of Samurai now. And interestingly, there are there are a few, rumors going in and around the entire team, but I feel like for now, though, things are gonna be the same for Samurai. And interestingly, aggressive. I want you to go ahead and give your thoughts on Samurai Esports.
Samurai Esports as a team, I don't think I need to give them a lot of words in particular, but at the same time, I want to say a couple of things about them because I feel as though this team has so much potential to work together and be one of the top teams of our entire country, but at the same time, they have a lot of flaws that they need to try and fix. And that's kind of understandable whenever you're doing a lot of roster shuffles, you're trying to mix and match with your teammates, you're trying to find that synergy, but that synergy is just not going to be building overnight. And it feels as though the side of Samurai Esports, they're trying to build that synergy overnight every single time. We see them on that server, we know what they can do, and initially they're all calm, they're all collected, they understand what they need to do. But as soon as they go on a losing streak, it feels as though they crumble as a team. And in my eyes, that should not really be happening to a top caliber team of their standard. You need to try and take things a little bit more slow and then going for their A game every single time.
True that. Well, with that, we are going to be quickly jumping straight into the player spotlight coming out from the side of Samurai Esports as well, and see which exactly is going to be that player who is going to stand out from the side of Samurai for today. And it is going to be Sai. Sumer Sethi, ladies and gentlemen. 238 kills, 276 deaths, 90 assists, and an ACS of 197. Sai particularly didn't have the best of the time during the group stages, by the way. And I feel like, from there on out, things have improved quite a lot. And I genuinely feel like Sai is going to go ahead and improve his stats. What are your thoughts, Chris?
Yeah, he's the kind of player who does take a lot of risks. He pushes into places where there is a high chance he gets punished. And sometimes it's necessary, sometimes it's not. In those necessary situations, he has to take those risks because his team is doing something which relies on him pushing deep into enemy lines and doing something unorthodox. Sometimes he overextends. So I guess that is the main thing about Sai. his aggression is the best part about him. He just sometimes needs to tell his team about it, and he needs to
Yeah.
get his players to play around it. I am not against his aggressive playstyle, but I am against a little bit of overcommitment. And you know what? Even though I've said all of this and people might hate me for it, sometimes Sai's unfiltered aggression can be the kryptonite for
Mhm.
Hellranger. And
Mm.
it's like black and white. There is no gray territory in between. It's either Sai and his super in your face kind of playstyle, or it's Hellranger and his read your mind kind of playstyle. Both the things are just really involved around faces and minds, and sometimes that means that that's the only thing there. There is no head or tail, there's no body to the play as well. That's the conclusion that I want to draw from this.
Well, definitely, completely agree to you on that as well. And there's no specific problem in going ahead and addressing what's right, right? And you as an analyst as well, going ahead and analyzing all of these plays, for a fact. And we both know Sai from quite some time now, so yeah, we know his tendencies as well on how exactly he plays in and around that specific duelist role. But hey, guys, with that, we pretty much are at the end of team intros and the spotlights. Let's quickly head on over towards the map veto now and see what are going to be the maps that are going to be played in the specific match between Global and Samurai. Well, we're going to be starting off with the map of Ascent, and then we're going to head on over towards Morocco, that is Bind, and then the decider is going to be Split. So, Aggressive, I want to ask you this. What do you think about the map veto, and how exactly do you think this match is going to go?
Honestly, when we consider the map of Ascent here, right at the very beginning, both these teams are very proficient here. But I would say that the side of Global Esports choosing the map of Ascent right at the very beginning, it's a little bit of a question mark for me because
Yeah.
primarily we know for a fact that Samurai Esports, they're very, very, very strong on this map. This is one of their home turfs. And every single time we see Samurai going up on the veto right at the very beginning, and if they have that first initial choice, they always pick out either Haven or the side of Ascent. But I understand why the side of Samurai Esports did not opt to pick that Haven because that is the home turf of the side of Global. You really don't want to go up against them there because in that map, they have so many strategies that your head is going to just start spinning every single time. So, in Ascent, the side of Global going up against the side of Samurai, I don't really have a prediction for this one because both of these teams, I know what they can do. But at the same time, I'm giving that slight edge towards the side of Samurai because they have a lot more history on this map and the analytics point towards them to have that slight advantage. But at the same time, moving over to the map of Bind, I don't know about this here. I'm going to send it to Crips instead because it feels as though the side of Global, they have a really bad running towards this map in particular. So Samurai, they could just take it all away from them.
I'm just very bamboozled by the entire map veto. Ascent, Bind, Split, all of these maps are maps that heavily rely on momentum. I mean, there is a little scope of strategy, but most of it will boil down to trading and your basics. I'm very surprised we did not get to see more strategically oriented maps like, let's say, Haven or maybe even Icebox. Hell, I was almost sure that Global Esports would bring back Breeze because they are kind of comfortable on it.
Yeah.
Like, on one hand, we have VLT pulling out the trump cards, pulling out maps like Breeze, which nobody plays. And then there are maps like Ascent, Split, Bind, which literally everyone knows how to play. So, what's the play here? Like, why did Global Esports go for such a brave pick? It really just confuses me. Maybe they have something special, maybe they don't. Maybe they're relying on just their pure basics and their brawling skills to get the better of Samurai. I wouldn't count on it though.
Through that, I mean, the map veto indeed looks quite interesting. And to be honest, I kind of like this entire veto as well. Like Ascent, we know for a fact that Samurai Esports and Global both have their shining moments over there, but that map, it specifically just, bends over to the side of Samurai as well, because Samurai, they're just pretty damn good at it. Global Esports, they have had their fair share of lows on the map of Ascent, so not really sure if Global are going to be able to take that away from the hands of Samurai or not. But moving on over towards Bind, I feel like Global have a strong start. They're starting off on the defense, so things might just quickly go ahead and go in the form of go in the way of Global Esports as well. And then on the map of Split, we all know Global Esports reigns supreme in that specific map. So overall, I feel like it's going to be a pretty tight fight. In Samurai Esports, they're going to have to give absolutely everything in order to just go ahead and take down the Titans. That is Global Esports. But hey, with that, we pretty much conclude the analyst desk as well for this specific match. Hope you guys are gonna enjoy. I am sure that you guys are gonna love this. And yeah, the casters for the day are gonna be crisp and aggressive. We're gonna go in for a short break. Be right back with the casters desk after the message from our sponsors.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster sets for the LG Ultragear TEC Gauntlet Season 1, powered by WP Black and AMD Ryzen Radiant. We made our usual run from the analyst test all the way over here to the caster test to bring you this intense matchup. It's going to be your boy Aggressive Joyman, none other than Crips himself. And honestly, let's head on down over to the map video screen because I can't wait for this matchup to begin. Crips, how are you feeling? I want your thoughts on map number 1 because I gave my personal thoughts and I feel as though this map in particular could be a really close showing or a stomp for either side.
Okay, yeah. That's a brave prediction, but I agree with it. It could either be one-sided or it could be very, very close. It's not going to be one of those regular maps where the scoreline is somewhere around 13-8, 13-9. No. It will either be 13-1-2-3, it's going to be a stomp, or it's going to go into like overtime upon overtime upon overtime. There's never a normal map of Ascent. There can never be
Yeah,
a normal
we
map
have
of
that
Ascent
bad luck.
between
We have
Global and
that bad
Samurai.
luck.
I mean, I don't know if you want to call it bad luck or good luck. I mean, considering that the really close games tend to be super entertaining. Yeah, if it's one-sided, it does get a little, but it's okay. We're gonna be here for it nonetheless. Um, so yeah, that's gonna be my thoughts on Ascent. I have honestly no idea what to expect in Bind. Samurai play really, really spread out in Bind. Like we got whenever they're on the attacking side on Bind, are they starting out on the attacking side? No. Yeah, they are actually starting on an attack in Bind. So they usually have like one player in Bath, one on A main, one on hookah, two on B long, and stuff like that. They literally spread out all the way across in Bind. So I just hope that somehow Global Esports is able to pick up on that. But the first obstacle in form of Ascent, in my opinion, is going to come down to the Jet versus Jet duel. We know that SK Rossi is going to be the Jet on Global Esports side. On Samurai is going to be either Sai or Excali. They keep on switching things up. Sometimes one of them picks up Phoenix, the other one picks up Jet, and vice versa. So yeah, that kind of stuff is going to happen, and it's all going to be about setting up your initial entry fragger for success, and hoping to bait out the utility from your opponents as much as possible. I feel like that's one thing that both these teams do really, really well. No matter who they're up against, they're able to bait out the utility from their opponents so that when the actual execute comes through, there's basically nothing left on your opponents. They have to rely on that gun skill, which isn't really the most reliable all the time. I think that's going to be the success factor or the win criteria for both these teams.
Completely agree with you there. But considering the map of Ascent, let's talk a little bit more about that. I want your thoughts on what kind of agent lineups we can expect from both of these teams, because I feel as though something spicy could come on down through, or will like they default back to that Omen strategy, because it feels as though a lot of the other teams, the top caliber teams such as Force One, Godlike, they have defaulted back to picking up that Omen in comparison to that Astra just a tiny little bit more, because it feels as though after those Astra nerfs came on down through, making her gravity well from 12 seconds on to 23 and her stun as well from 12 to 23, changed a lot of players' ideologies, and they don't really want to play that Astra anymore because she's not really giving that much impact. But I feel as though both of these teams, they have Astra players that can get a lot of impact out of that one specific region.
Exactly, and it's not just the players who are really good. The coordination with the team is also spectacular because the moment they activate that gravity well, someone or the other is following up on the back of it. So that kind of coordination is really good for both these players. If they choose to go for an Omen, I won't be against it either. Omen is a significantly simpler character to control than the Astra, and
Yep.
it can get a little jarring, right? You can't really activate your abilities in the middle of a fight as an Astra, but you can do it as an Omen. So that gives you a little bit of room to work with, but all of that will be completely negated as Lightning Fast and Blackhawk both pick up Astra respectively. A killjoy on both the teams in form of Sai and Skills. Alright, now this is exciting. Sai is playing a Killjoy, Excali is playing Phoenix. That means IonQ will most likely pick up the Jet. Or maybe a Raze.
Now, I'm opting to go in for a duelist. This is something that we have not seen for a really long time here, Crips. And I am so excited to see this as well, because this guy on a Sentinel, yes, he's really potent. He can hold down a side, and you have no way of entering that side no matter what happens. But at the same time, if he's on the duelist, man, he is just on another level. Just like you should be on another level as well. If you scan the QR code, that's on the bottom right side. Get yourself a can of Red Bull. Get energized, because this map is going to be a long one, that is for sure. We made our analysis, and it's going to be your time to make your analysis back at home as you watch the game. Because these two teams, they're going to be duking it out. If IonQ is on that Jet,
Yeah,
Jet takes down the entirety of all the members of their side of Global. Because at this stage, it's either go big or go home for them. They cannot make a lot of mistakes. And this first initial pistol round is where everything begins. Will the side of Samurai be able to take that first defensive round? Because they need to squeeze out as many rounds as they possibly can on the side of defense. Otherwise, I feel as though their attacking side could just get shut down in a matter of seconds against the side.
yeah, I agree with that. The main difference between these lineups is the fact that there is a breach on Hellranger and Phoenix and Excali. So the choice of the flashing character is different for both these teams. Let's see if they're able to make something out of it or not. For now, we're going to be seeing a drone come out of the defenders as IonQ decides to push the envelope a little further. Will that be giving any dividends to them, though? If he gets the kill onto Lightning Fast, that's going to be the spike dropped. And all the secrets revealed for the side of Global Esports. IonQ making his presence known, falls back for now. So, first blood hasn't been drawn just yet. But while I say that Global Esports are starting to spread out, you've got Hellranger and Kappa both going a little towards A main. Everyone else just gathering up outside of B main. What's the play gonna be here?
This is very questionable, but at the same time, hey, the spike is over towards the side of B instead. The recon bolt does go on through, gets a little bit of noise down, and it's going to be a fast rush coming on down through towards the side of B. It's going to be AnQ getting the first initial kill. Beautiful shots out onto SK Rossi, being able to catch him off guard, and he was just not ready for it. But at the same time, they need to go in for an execution now, and they need to go in for it fast. They need to wait for their buddies though towards the side of B main. But with only a couple of seconds left on the clock, they don't really have a lot of time to work with. They need to go in as fast as they possibly can. This breach is going to be able to get a little bit of value. It's going to be a vulnerable coming on down from both sides. It's going to be Skills getting a double tap straight to the foreheads of two people. Women and to get taken on down at the B side. It's going to be completely open for the side of the attackers, and it's going to be ripe for the picking as well. Even though they got the first initial kill, I think at those side of Samurai, they played a little bit too defensively. They paid the ultimate price for it, and now the man advantage is going to be going in the favor of the side of the attackers.
Yeah, Kappa's gonna have to do a big job over here to keep the players of Samurai Esports grounded towards that lane 1 area as the other players try to pick off the others. But the alarm bot makes everyone vulnerable, and the bursts from the Classic are just so good. Iskali has no choice but to continue fighting Kappa, and while he's doing that, Skills also wants to fight him at the same time. He cannot tap away, he cannot isolate those frags. Kappa and Skills bring the round back.
Yeah, at that point, Grips, it feels as though there's not much that you can really do to bring back your A game down to the table every single time. Because in that situation, I think that AnQ and Wim, they should have aggressed. They should have tried to get those last 2 remaining kills because they know for a fact that it was at the bare minimum of 3 people according to the sound of their footsteps. So playing that defensively and going towards the back of boat house when you know for a fact that your opponent Astra is still alive and kicking, that's such a dangerous play, and I feel as though the side of Samurai, their communication was just not there, and they made that small mistake, but at the same time, hey, you have to give it down towards the side of the attackers to go in for a beautiful play. Speaking of beautiful plays, though, that shock arm was absolutely juicy from the side of Kappa, being able to get so much damage down, and with that, they're going to be able to stabilize themselves. They're going to be able to get those 2 kills, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, things are looking up for the side of Global Esports. But hey, this is still an equal round for the side of Samurai, so no harm, no foul. But still, hey, get some kills at least. Hellranger straight to the smoke, gets another kill down on the Black Hawk. His Lightning Fast is going to be able to finish up of IonQ as well. That's going to be 0-2 on the scorecards here, Crips. And just as we are starting these rounds, it's pretty much already over.
Yeah, this is a big bonus round for the players of Global Esports. Not just because they retained all their weapons, but also none of them took quite a lot of damage. So they will still be able to carry forward their heavy shields from the previous round without having to reinvest into armor, which is something that Global Esports are really good at. Samurai Esports, yeah, sure, getting a kill or 2 would have been nice. It was an eco anyway, but the main objective of these anti-eco rounds is to force your opponents into reinvesting more money into armor. That never came through for Samurai Esports, so now they're going to be going up against Global Esports members with full shields. Hellranger upgrades to a Vandal. Let's see what he makes out of it.
Now Excali, he's holding down that angle strong, but Kappa is trying to test bait. He's trying to go in for a kill, but look at IonQ from the sidelines. He's going to be able to shut down Skills with a very beautiful tap to the forehead. But SK Rossi wants to go in for a couple of shots, maybe go in for a kill, but he's not really going to be able to find out much just yet. And I feel as though SK Rossi, he did not opt to go in for that Spectre pickup right there to maybe go in for a kill. I think that if he had a Spectre, he probably would have gotten that kill down on the 1. At the bare minimum, taking it down to a 4 versus 4 situation. But hey, warm no foul. Let them play the game that they are playing. There's gonna be Excali. He tagged out just a tiny little bit. Line fast gets a little bit of information, but that's pretty much it. SK Rossi going for that execution quick and aiming for it fast, but at the same time, SK Rossi, he gets caught up by the alarm board and also the nano swarm, and that's gonna hurt quite a lot. Sai gonna be able to tag out a couple of players, get them really low on HP, and I feel as though this round is done and dusted here, Crips. There is no way that the side of G can even enter down in the side, especially when both 2 of their players are almost at 1 HP.
Yeah, definitely. Sai and Blackhawk, both of them
Okay, never mind.
said really well, but then here comes the execution. Even though Blackhawk goes down, Sai and the other players bring it back. Excali comes in to help them out at the right time as well. Good stuff. But let's see if they can continue this stuff in the next round, because this is going to be the real asset test. This is when Global Esports bring out their big guns. This is when they bring out the Phantoms and the Vandals. Now keep in mind that Global Esports have always been sending SK Rossi and Hellranger towards A main. And every time they present over there, they do not try to hide themselves. They have been revealing all their positions. And everyone else on the B side of Global Esports, they are the ones who try to play passive. Let's see if this trend continues this time around. The only person who came in from mid this time from Global Esports was, I believe, Lightning Fast, who also was not able to get there in time. Now, Samurai Esports have gathered this information. They know the tendencies of the players, but what will they do with it? Once again, they spot Hellranger towards A main. No surprises, they expected it. But will they expect SK Rossi to aggress mid this time, along with the rest of his teammates too? There is IonQ to hold.
I feel as though things could just go horribly wrong here, Crips, but thankfully IonQ is going to be able to survive with his own life because SK Rossi held that angle for a solid 20 seconds before he finally moved away from it. If he just held it for 10 seconds longer, things would have been a lot more different. But hey, no harm, no foul. They're playing it smart. They're playing it slow. The entirety of GE, I feel as though they're taking it a little bit too slow here, Crips. What are your thoughts on that?
I feel like, yeah, they are slow, but they're starting to hit it at the right time. 40 seconds left and they now start to move towards the A side, which is not a problem. The only problem is that Skills and SK Rossi still on mid haven't found any impact, and now Skills won't even find a kill. So no entrance from them towards the A short side. They're gonna have to rely on this A main execute, or maybe rely on SK Rossi to get into any big backlines quickly enough. If not get into backlines, at least cut the rotation off over there. Stop IonQ from coming in, but it won't matter. They get shut down. I mean, what rotation will you cut off if your teammates are never even present on the site? And then comes Sai, late rotation, and SK Rossi never expected him to peak this late from B.
But Crips, I just want to ask you something. You have a breach-based composition and you're playing this slow. That's not something that you would expect. When you have a breach on your side, you want to go in for those raw rushes. You want to go in for those raw executions. Just brute force yourself down towards that B side, down towards that mid angle, and try and take space. There's so much utility on the side of Global Esports that they're second guessing themselves and allowing the side of Samurai to take map control for themselves and just hold their sides comfortably. They don't even need to worry about a rush coming on down towards them.
Yeah, they do not need to worry about the rush. You're right, they're a bit slow, but then the moment they decide to burst out, it becomes way too fast. Oh my goodness, look at SK Rossi, not even waiting for anyone. Dashing in, getting a kill with the Blade Storm, which is fine because the damage has been contained so far, but then the Sheriffs come through.
Now the Sheriff is going to be good for one, but will they be good for more than that? It's going to be the real question. Sai gets sticked in the forehead a little bit too much. They have nowhere to run and they have nowhere to hide. And this could just be a thrifty round being pulled out through for the side of Global Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Blackhawk versus the entire world. He has 3 stars to work with, but that's pretty much it. Goes in for that pull, gets that turret, but not going to be able to get any players. Cap up with the operators. Gonna go slam a bullet into the body of the side of Blackhawk. Taking him out. Taking a thrifty round on the board, and see, this is exactly what I meant here, Chris. If they go in for a fast execution with those flashes, with those concussive shots, there is nothing that the side of Samurai can do to try and stop them other than purely rely on Sai's utility. And Sai's utility is always not going to be there. That's going to put a lot more pressure on Sai as well as Blackhawk to use their utility properly. And if they're constantly having to worry about the different sides of the map where the breach is at, then a possible rotation play or a fake play could come on down properly.
Yeah.
And I really want to see that play coming on down through from the side of the
In fact, I'm really glad you pointed out this utility used by Sai and Blackhawk. Yeah, sure, the fast executes helped Global Esports get that round. A thrifty round too. But I think they were playing slowly because they wanted now to bait that out that utility from Sai and Blackhawk first. You know, not take any chances. This time SK Rossi's not taking any chances. He gets that kill onto Excali as they were trying to overextend. Unfortunately, Vim can't trade him out. But yeah, like I said, because there's no utility available from Sai and Excali, they're hoping to bait it out. Then their executions, the fast-paced ones, will be even deadlier. This time, though, there's a massive roll it back. And here you go. Everyone's been concussed. It's just so unorthodox how he's able to get the kill even after getting concussed like that. Yeah, sure, the short area was not concussed, but that does make things a little bit awkward. And now this Defender Killjoy ultimate, it's gonna force them out into Winery. Is there like a nanostorm grenade that you can throw? Oh, you don't need a nanostorm. There's a Hunter Spirit over there. Good luck dodging it in such a narrow space.
Poor lightning fast. He's like that mouse that you don't want to be on, but I knew straight through a flash is gonna be like... Hey, I just want to talk a little bit more about what happened to Lightning Fast there. He's like, please, I just want to live. Let me go home. Please don't do this to me, Whip. But Whip is like, nope. You hurt a lot of my teammates, and I'm going to make sure I get my revenge kill. Gets a beautiful Hunter Spear, tags them both down, and at that point, it's just Hellranger versus the entire world. But hey, I feel even through a flash, he's going to be able to get an operator kill, and that's how dangerous that person is when he has an operator on his side. But at the same time, Chris, I want to highlight something. Remember when SK Rossi was holding down towards the side of B main using his operator? And he had his crosshairs trained on that specific angle, but Whip with a Bulldog is able to double dink him in the head and take him out. What happened in that angle? SK Rossi being able to survive and get a kill down on the Whip? That would have been a completely different dynamic for the side of Samurai.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Samurai.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, they had to use so many ultimates. Hellranger used his, Sai used his. Both of them to either enter or exit the site. This time around, with barely any ultimates available on them, these guys are going to have to rely on something really unique to work with. Global Esports have a lockdown and a Hunter's Fury available. A combination, when used in conjunction with each other, should be able to clear out most of this. But then comes Excali with the run it back of his own. And as soon as that lockdown has been committed, Excali tries to deny it. Unfortunately, there's no, how do I say this, Hunter's Fury available on the side of Samurai Esports. So they will be forced to relinquish this site. Global Esports take control. They should be able to get the spike plant also without any problems. But the retake is not going to be very clean. I think it will be a little problematic, especially since it's a 5v5.
You are divided!
An Astral Divide could just switch things up in the favor side of Samurai, but at the same time, it's an Astral Divide coming on down from the side of the attacker. So this will be really questionable to say the very least, but still, hey, Excali has a couple of curveballs in his hand to make that level of difference, but Lightning Fast is going to be able to swing that corner, get a kill down on the side. Shots are going to be going in left, shots are going to be going in right. Excali's going to be that ninja, being able to get that precision thing up. He's going to be able to get second, and this is very much possible for the side of Samurai. Ladies and gentlemen, to take it all away, but Lightning Fast with the wraparound play from the side of Heaven. He's going to be able to turn it around. He's going to be able to go in forward, and with those nanoswarms coming on down through from the side of Skills as well, things are changing up. There's no time left. Excali wants to go in for that kill, but he's not going to be able to find that one. And Blackhawk, he just needs to put his tail between his legs and make a run for it down towards the side of defender side at spawn. There's not much that he can do to try and survive against the driving force that is GE, ladies and gentlemen. Their strategy and their post lines were on point in this round, and they didn't even need to worry about a single thing.
Exactly, Global Esports playing proactively this time, even after putting up the Cosmic Divide. The whole point of the Cosmic Divide is to make sure that the players of Samurai Esports have a tough time getting into the site. But Global Esports is like, you know what? We know you're good at getting in, so we will take the fight to you. Lightning Fast pushed through his own Cosmic Divide up in Heaven as soon as he heard most of the players of Samurai Esports move into its gardens. And that's why Samurai Esports were just so bamboozled, because now they not only had to get into the side, brute force their way through the Cosmic Divide, but be so paranoid about the potential backstab coming in from Lightning Fast from that window area. And that's kind of what made them a little confused, because they were forced to look both ways. And it worked in the favor of Global Esports. This time Global taking matters into their own hands towards mid. No utility committed. This is going to be a contact play between SK Rossi and Excali, but this guy is just too strong.
I feel as though Crips, SK Rossi is just going a little bit too aggressive all by his lonesome. Every single time we see him push, or every single time we see him hold an angle, it's by himself, on his lonesome, holding a one-off angle and not really having an angle where you can get traded from, where you can survive. And I feel as though this is hurting the side of Global just a tiny little bit when it comes down to a lot of their execution. They're making things work, they're making things playable, but at the same time, it's just not what you'd expect coming out from such a top caliber team. But Blackhawk onto the back end, he's gonna be able to shut down one. Excali's gonna be able to spray down Hellranger as well, and down towards this 2 versus, make it a 4 versus 1 situation. Kappa, he can't really do much. Anki holding it down from the side of Binary. He's gonna be able to peek out of the corner, get a couple of kills for himself, and send it on back to the 4-4 scoreline. And honestly, these two teams are so evenly matched here that I don't know what's gonna be happening. I think as though our analysis was correct here, Crips, that both of these teams, they're gonna send us into overtime over and over and over.
Exactly. In my opinion, Excali was the MVP in this round. First, he let 2 players pass by Heaven, and then he picked up Hellranger. he kind of baited Hellranger into thinking that that angle is clear, and then Excali, he was able to get the kill onto him. Not to forget that initial pick-off on SK Rossi. So those were two really important frags by Excali. And because Excali heard all of them coming towards Heaven instead of going directly into the site, IonQ could safely move in towards the A main area and hold it down over there, because they would never check. They would never check Excali, they would never check IonQ. And that is an easy round going in the favor of Samurai Esports, as Global Esports just simply have no idea where their opponents are. This time it's going to be one of those ruthless executes towards the B side. Flashes, aftershocks, everything is thrown in, but it doesn't really matter. Oh, Excali gets revealed because of the recon dart, and Kappa is able to get the kill onto him. No problem. Still two players of Samurai Esports online on this site. Wimp has led two people past once again, and once again Hellranger gets baited into thinking he's safe. Again and again, the same thing keeps on happening to poor Hellranger, and he's gonna be so annoyed by that.
Yeah, Wimpy at such a forward position. He's able to sneak through all of the attackers as they were rushing on down towards the side. But hey, whenever you're rushing on down towards the side, you need to have proper lane control. And the fact that they did not opt to go for lane control, yeah, poor old Hellranger. He's the one to get on the receiving end of a lot of that pain. But hey, no harm, no foul. That was the equal round coming on down from the side of Global. So things can just... they can just take a step back and they can try and stabilize. But at the same time, when you look at the scorecards, ladies and gentlemen, looking at the money versus the scoreline here, Chris, all the members of the side of SC, they're very, very, very healthy when it comes down to the terms of their economy. So they have nothing to worry about even if they lose out.
Excali just figured out everything. They know that Global Esports is going to hit the A site for sure now. The only person who could change things up is Lightning Fast, who's just waiting towards mid link. But it doesn't matter, the rotation's already here, and everyone's prepared for this. But even after being prepared, Kappa was able to get that initial frag. Sai and Excali might be able to bring it back. A self-flash, not too helpful, but that nanoswarm grenade will stop them from pushing just a little bit more. Unfortunately, Sai has already got, so he's trapped over here. He needs a little bit of rescue, but it doesn't matter. He's able to get them all. How on earth are you able to get away with murder? He was trapped over there, but he fights his way out, and now IonQ stepped up as well. Lightning Fast, the one man who was lurking, has a big responsibility on his shoulders now. He can block out this area using the Nebula, but does he want to? If he's gonna dry peek, he's gonna die. IonQ's holding this angle already. Oh, even if IonQ misses, Excali is there to cover him. And that is it. The initial rush from Excali once again revealing the plans of Global Esports, making the players of Samurai Esports get into good positions to shut them down. And please, Aggressive, explain to me, how on earth was I alive? The nanoswarm grenade was put down over there by Skills so that he could push them back. But no, what does Sai do? Who pushes even further? Unorthodox. He should have died, but he took down two people before he did.
Let's go.
That's just ridiculous.
Remember what he said previously? Hellranger going up against the entire world. He's like, he knows for a fact what he needs to do. He knows for a fact that, hey, he can take down pretty much anyone if he can plan it out properly. But against Sai, what are you really gonna plan? That guy plays purely based upon instinct when he needs to, when he's in those crunch situations, that he's easily gonna be able to take anyone down. Swings the corner, goes towards the left side, gets 3 kills, and Sai, he nearly could have survived that if Hellranger wasn't able to go in for that wallbang kill. And even in that wallbang kill, Hellranger needed to shoot about 20 bullets to get it. We're just not looking up, but looking at this round in particular, yeah, that aim hold, it's literally like a bloodbath. There's no way to survive. There's no way to try and go in for those plays. And all over the map, the deaths are just coming on down through. Wimp's gonna be able to get a double kill. It's gonna be Blackhawk and Excali holding down towards the side of A-Main, and that equal round was just not going in their favor. And it feels as though all the members of the side of Samurai, they heard us here, Crips, and they're like, hey, we're gonna show a stomp, and we're gonna make sure that you're gonna be seeing it as well. It's gonna be the 7-4 scoreline coming on down through for their end, trying to take it over to an 8-4, but I don't think so that the side of Global Esports, they're gonna be giving much away to them. Because I feel so this round is the stand for the side of Global. But I don't really like that Hellranger, he's towards that A side. But I feel as though he's gonna be opting to go in for a fake with his ultimate and send his team down towards that B side instead.
Yeah, that could be true. One would never expect a breach to be a fake. Usually a breach is there to set his teammates up for success. He's never alone. That's what the normal procedure would tell you. But him being alone over there might just keep the players of Samurai Esports anchored over there. Unfortunately, that's not the case. The only person he's keeping on the A side is Blackhawk. But take a look at what Excali's about to do. He's about to push into mid, where Kappa will face him first. Will he be able to get the kill onto him? I don't think so. Excali's very deep inside enemy territory. If he can pick up the spike kill over here, that's gonna be it.
Oh, no.
He did it. Excali has just shut down this entire round by itself. And all the jigs of Global Esports are
Oh
up.
my
They have
God.
to commit the Rolling Thunder just to get the kill onto Excali and somehow retrieve the spike. But that's a very expensive ultimate that you probably were saving for something else. The Cosmic Divide will allow them to get into the site safely, where SK Rossi has already positioned himself deep
lightning
inside.
fast.
But
It's
this
his
could be
game.
interesting. Oh!
He knows. I think Whip knows. He knows he's gonna be able to go in for that swing. He only gets one kill because Whip, he knew already the lightning fast was holding that angle. He just didn't want to swing it just yet. That's gonna be a 2-for-1 trade, ladies and gentlemen. The things are just not gonna be looking good. SK Rossi's gonna be good for one, but Whip with an immediate swing is gonna be able to take down another one. But SK Rossi, he's still alive. He's still kicking it. He's gonna be able to take it all the way for the side of Global. But at the same time, they need to go in fast and they need to go in hard. But with the lockdown now going on down as well, INQ activated himself. As this is INQ on the jet, ladies and gentlemen. This guy is a dominant force on the Sentinel, but when you put him on his jet, when you put him on his own element, he's gonna tear you down like the Predator that is.
Oh, and they better need, I mean,
Switching
Global
sides.
Esports better have an all-known Schwarzenegger on their team if they want to stop this Predator from going ham. My goodness. IronQ stepping up every time with the operator. Excali pushing in. He's done this like, what, 3-4 times now? He pushes up, ruins the plans of Global Esports, reveals all their secrets, and it doesn't matter if Excali dies. He gets his team the crucial information that they need. Samurai Esports have been playing this defender side very, very aggressively. Always pushing to get information, and sometimes they get much more than what they bargained for. They get the kills, sometimes even the round, because they killed that one impactful player who could have changed the story for Global Esports. And yeah, sure, they can get the kills, but always killing the most important player on the team, that's just really unfortunate. How many times did Hellranger get baited into thinking he's safe? I can't even count right now.
Yeah, I feel bad for Hellranger there, but at the same time, I like the planning from the side of Samurai to constantly isolate Hellranger, because he's always going to be that last person to get on down over into the side, because he's that breach. He needs to stay behind the scene and set him up for a lot of those flashes, and the fact that Samurai is able to control that flow every single time and catch him off guard just goes to show what they're really planning on, what they can really do. But at the same time, he's trying to test fade. He's trying to go in for a survival play, but at the same time, it's gonna be a Rossi biting a bullet. But skills is turret. Yeah, that's gonna be good for another one. INQ on the back end's gonna be able to take down lightning fast as well, and things are looking up for the side of Samurai, because now, initially it was a man disadvantage, but now I would say it's a man advantage and a half. Maybe, no, it's gonna be half a man advantage, because Whip, he's at only 20 HP, so he's only gonna be good for a couple of recons and maybe a classic right click straight to the forehead. If he's lucky, that is.
Yeah, and look at how passively Global Esports have to go for this retake. They can never play aggressively to gather more information. They have to play reactively. And Samurai Esports, they want Global Esports to play reactively. The moment Global Esports decide to take an initiative of their own, that is when Samurai Esports gets inside trouble. That Aftershock is able to get the kill onto Excali. They know Blackhawk is trapped down there, but they can't tap him out just yet because he's just pulling away all the frags. My goodness. How do you corner somebody but still lose to them? That is the magic of Samurai Esports and their heavy firepower.
I think that's the magic of Blackhawk, man.
Yeah,
Him on that Astra and him sitting under that heaven. You just don't want to go there. That's the realm of the entirety of the side of Samurai Esports. When you consider a player like Sai sitting under hell, the amount of highlight reels he had made just from sitting in that one position, getting 4Ks, aces, pulling out an operator and just shutting everyone down as well. That guy is just on another level. INQ as well. When you place him under that one specific angle, he can bring his A-game down to the table and he's going to be able to shut everyone down. All of the members of the side of Samurai know exactly what they need to do when it comes to their post-on positioning. And when they're comfortable in where they're sitting, they're just even more deadly and moving on down the line. But this time around, who's going to be more deadly? Will it be INQ on his own Spectre? Will it be the two players from the side of GE holding it down with a classic? And it feels as though INQ, he's not going to tempt fate. He's not going to give away the man advantage and the Spectre as well. So he's going to be playing it slow. He's going to be playing it smart. But at the same time, all the members towards the side of A short, they're making their move as well. And the double stack is going to be going on down through. The shots are going to be going on down in. But the classic right click is just not going to be hitting on his head. And with that, things are looking up. But at the same time, Kappa and SK Rossi, they're going to be able to get a couple of bullets. SK Rossi, the shots were so clean and they were so crispy. He's coming in hard and he's coming in strong. 12 HP. He doesn't even care. He doesn't even have a bead of sweat on his forehead. That's how calm that he is. That is SK Rossi for you, ladies and gentlemen. And this guy, he's ready to tear it all up and get a 4K for himself and send everyone back home kicking.
30 seconds left.
He's gonna bait SK Rossi into thinking that they probably could have gone for the plant once again. Oh, but no, Excali gets the kill onto Kappa. He was the healthier player over here. Now, luckily for SK Rossi, Excali 2 is only on 66 HP. If he heals himself, he's gonna go up to 100. Still a one-shot kill from the
10
Marshal.
seconds left.
I don't like this here, Chris. My heart is probably not going to be able to take this. Will SK Rossi be able to go in for a clutch? Will this be a possible strategy for that side of G? He does put on the head of Excali. Excali doesn't have any more flashes to work with, but he only has one bullet. SK Rossi, he needs to be very much careful. Goes in for a couple of shots. He's not going to be able to find it off to go in for that reload. 2 bullets and a dream. Will he be able to get it? And it's SK Rossi for you, ladies and gentlemen. This guy with a Marshal, with an operator, doesn't really matter because he is the king for a reason, and that's why his punchline is, I just don't miss. SK Rossi's gonna be able to get this trippier out of the board and a clutch for the side of Global Esports, sending them down over to this 9-5 scoreline in a very, very, very beautiful fashion.
Gun here.
And it was just him and his individual firepower. No tactics in Global Esports could have saved this team. Samurai Esports, these guys, they were taking mid control really well. They tried to move into its ace shot as well. Global Esports, on the other hand, were fighting A main and B main aggressively. They completely gave up on mid. Samurai Esports could have bisected the map in half by moving into its mid, cutting off the rotations. The moment these guys started to push in towards A shot, I thought that was it. That was the only thing that's needed to get this round in the back of Samurai Esports. But then comes SK Rossi. 12 HP on this man, and he's able to just tap away on all the heads. How? Like, that's kind of stuff you can't explain.
Oh. Yeah, I think Rossi's back here, Crips. He's just gonna tear everyone down no matter what happens.
Yeah, let's hope he's here to stay. Because right now he's the only one who's outperforming on his team. Global Esports, they push out B main. They don't see anyone. They know that Samurai Esports are coming towards the A side, but the spike is still up on high mid. It hasn't been spotted just yet, but that nice tap by Blackhawk. Getting some Astra Dave, but the spike's down! SK Rossi killing the most impactful player, and now Skills is here to back him up as well. I think this is it. The jig is up, the news is out, they finally found the spike.
Oh, I'm very sure the next Cali knows at this point he wants to go in for that shot, but the Sheriff is just not going to be helping him against the Phantom. The sprays are going to be true for the side of SK Rossi. He's going to take everyone down, and when he's going up against the entire world, spotting out SK Rossi, but his crosshair placement is going to be on point instead. SK Rossi with another 4K, and 4K Rossi is still on the server, ladies and gentlemen. He can never get that ace, but he's going to be able to get those 4Ks from K and 9 no matter what happens. He's the living highlight reel for a reason, and that's going to be the side of GE, being able to take it down to a 9 in seconds, and slowly but surely inching their way forward towards that even-Steven scoreline. This is so important here, Crips, that they do not allow the side of Samurai to get the double digits on the board, because we know for a fact that Samurai, they're a very momentum heavy team. If you allow them to have the momentum, if you allow them to set the pace of the matchup, they're gonna take you down in a matter of seconds.
Exactly, you gotta break their momentum, you gotta break their spirit and their will to fight. Let's see if they're able to do it once again. This time SK Rossi not playing very aggressively, holding on the back of Nebula, expecting Samurai to take mid control like they usually do. How do Global Esports respond to it? Once again, playing aggressively towards A main and B main. Oh my god, once again? That to the spike carrier? I mean, I did expect SK Rossi to win those duels, but every time he kills the spike carrier, that's just ridiculous and so unfortunate.
He kills the smoker as well, so basically picking up this spike is gonna be really difficult if he doesn't miss a shot, and he's gonna be able to get another kill. The spike has been retrieved, but at what cost here, Chris? He lost. He's gonna be able to take down another person, and for the side of Global, that's just an even bigger deal than anything else. But Excali, he's gonna be that difference maker. He's gonna be able to take down one, but he's not gonna be able to take down a second. And in the back of nine, he's gonna be able to shut down another one. And with that, even though Rossi was able to get those 2 kills, things are just going to be up for their side. Rossi sneaking through straight to his smoke is gonna be able to take down one, but at the same time, hey, it's the 1-versus-1 situation. Skills slowly but surely making his creep up. Knows for a fact that IMQ is holding down from this angle, and the crosser placement is just there, and IMQ doesn't really know what to do there. He was walking, he was stuck with a Vandal, and honestly, the walking accuracy of that Vandal compared to that Phantom, yeah, it's not gonna recover.
I mean, we've been singing praises of SK Rossi all day long. He's been getting 4Ks and multi-kills respectively again and again. But do you see how unlucky Samurai Esports are? Because every time they lose a player, it's not even like a player that they can afford to lose, right? Every time they either lose the smoker, the one person that's very important for you to get into the site, they lose the spike carrier. Like, SK Rossi is killing you? That is good enough for Global Esports, but he's killing the spike carrier every time? I don't even know how to explain that. That's just bad luck for Samurai Esports.
Yeah, at that stage, you also get a kill down over the Astra, which is even gonna be much more of a painful scenario. But INQ, straight from the side of Heavens, he's gonna be able to take down Lightning Path almost immediately, checking down the left-hand side corner, seeing if he can spot out any player, but he's not gonna be able to find out anything just yet. And I love this play from the side of Hellranger. He's playing it slow, he's playing it smart, and he understands that, hey, I just won't need to play for the man advantage, because we do need to remember that our buddy Lightning Path, he's dead.
Skills?
We have no forms of smoke. We have nothing to work with, but hey, Skills, he has a lurk to work with, and he has such a forward position that maybe you could just take it all away and bring it back in their favor. Sai wants to go in for that shot. He was expecting a swing, but he's not going to be able to get it just yet. It's going to be Skills getting a lot of information, and he's like, yep, I'm gone. Bye-bye. I saw 3 players. I'll see you down on the side, guys. But SK Rossi, I don't think he's going to let anyone through towards that B side. And Skills, he's just not going to have his fun.
One enemy remaining.
And with that, SK Rossi with a 2K, and INQ, his world is just not there yet. 9-8 on the scorecard, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be the side of GE. Going in for a comeback and one more round off that even Steven's scored.
Skills doing to Samurai Esports was Excali was doing to them in the previous half. You see how I pointed out how Excali was able to push in and gather information every time for his team? Yeah, that's what Skills did this time around. He pushed out B as soon as his teammates were indicating a lot of presence on A. So he pushed out, gets into his B main, gets the frag onto Sai, sees almost everyone come over there, and he's able to run back in time. That's the important part. He not only gathers information, but he lives to tell the tale, making sure that the man advantage is retained. Lightning Fast once again wants to push this time. Alright, shocked up to clear out the close angles, and does a little bit of damage onto IonQ, tickles them a little, tickles the other players as well, and yeah, really good one. Yeah, Excali takes a chunk of damage.
Yeah, that was one BD shotgun right there. Excali, he needs to advance that hot hands to try and heal himself back up to full, and that's just not gonna be something that you have as a luxury here, Crips, because you need that hot hand to clear out a lot of these multiple angles that you need to be worried about. But at the same time, I like this heavy execution coming on down through from the side of the attackers, and as I was talking about the heavy execution, things are just not gonna look it up. All the members on the side of GE, they're making the fast rush happen. The flashes are beautiful as well. Kappa, he set up a literal.
Yeah, these guys were completely prepared. Global Esports had the read onto Samurai Esports, and they knew what was going to happen. They knew that there's a lockdown available and a Cosmic Divide on the back of it. Usually, whenever there's a lockdown and Cosmic Divide available at the same time, they go in tandem. They go in together. But the moment the lockdown is activated, the moment it's put down, then comes the Rolling Thunder, and everyone on Global Esports just pounces upon them. They never even got the time to put in that Cosmic Divide. They never even got the time to react to that. That's how aggressively Global Esports want to play. And they've been pretty successful at it so far. But they keep on doing it again and again. And that is going to give Samurai Esports a little taste of their own medicine.
Honestly, Crips, I feel as though Kappa threw it such a beautiful ultimate that he just didn't kill the side of Samurai. He killed my internet connection as well. Matt, I feel as though Kappa is a literal. Like, I feel as though Hellranger is a literal serial killer.
Yep, he is a serial killer indeed. Not the Ted Bundy types, you know? The Ted Bundy types are the ones who hide their dead bodies. This guy just murders in broad daylight with thousands of people watching. Quite the opposite of that. But hey, maybe one day Netflix will make a documentary on him. Or maybe even on SK Rossi, the guy who's sitting at 22 frags right now. I'm not sure about Netflix documentaries, but this guy definitely has a highlight reel of his own, that's for sure. And he wants more. The turret discourages him from peeking, but Sai able to win that duel against SK Rossi. With the Sheriff too, against an Operator? Yeah, that's amazing now. Like, does he not fear God? He's peeking the Operator dry, with no backup, no flashes whatsoever. He pulls it off. Oh, and Skills, poor guy trapped over here. Kappa needs to step up as skills got crunched from both markets and B main, but the Odin from Kappa, it's already dealt quite a lot of damage. If he tags anyone over here, they will get wall banged. And there you go. Skelly swings around to exact revenge, but now he's trapped all by himself. No heals available, no flash, but he's just 1 point away from a run it back.
Real question is, in this 1 versus 2 situation, how much value are we really going to be getting out of one another? Because Excali, he doesn't have any form of utility to work with. If he gets at the bare minimum of 1 kill, he does have his hot hands back. But how much is that hot hands really going to be helping you in the long run? That's going to be the real question, because it feels as though all the members of the side of GE, they're expecting a B hit, but Excali is actually going to be able to walk away towards that A side and go in for a plant. I think this is very much possible here, Chris. He could just get this clutch. Yes,
yeah. I mean, if he can get into a good post-plant position, that will be great. But this plant, it indicates that he doesn't want to hide an A main after planting. Of course, he wouldn't want to. If he went for an A main plant, he would have been shut down by the Nebula from Lightning Fast. So he wants to fight them instead. And now he's gonna run it back too. This is very doable. Hellranger needs to pull off a miracle over here to win this round against Lightning Fast.
Ultragear going up against Excali. This is not something that you would expect, but look at the positioning from the side of Excali. He doesn't know where he is, and Excali is actually able to pull out that clutch. You don't expect this to happen, ladies and gentlemen. Excali pulling off the impossible time and time again. This is why I love this guy on the Phoenix. The level of control and the level of proficiency that he can show on this one specific agent is just so beautiful, and that's exactly what a Phoenix does. Has a lot of control, can control his enemy's movement as well as his own team's movement according to what he does. And do you know what's the best part about this entire play here, Crips? He didn't even need to use his run it back. So this run it back is now available for the attacking side to go in for a proper execution over any side that they want to go into.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. He never needed to use the run it back. And he even went in for a Heaven Plant instead of going for A main because he realized that Lightning Pass is still online, so he can lock him out of the site, completely deny vision for that post plant. But this time, take a look at what Global Esports are doing. They want to push B main. Skills is trying to move ahead, and he will give up the idea of pushing aggressively because he realizes that the majority of Samurai Esports players can still be holding B link. And that's true for now. They're trying to send Wimp deep into enemy territory, and he's not keeping things a secret. He knows that SK Rossi is not opping on mid. He's going to be opping either on A or B. So that's why you can play mid without having to worry about anyone peeking you. But now the problem is, once you do get this mid control, can you turn it into site control? Because getting towards either one of these sites is going to be very, very difficult. Now, luckily for Samurai Esports, they're trying to hit the A side, which is less guarded right now. Only Hellranger and Lightning Fast available over here. Excali wants to move right inside, and here comes Lightning Fast. Looks away at the wrong time, and he dies. That's unfortunate. Excali is able to get the kill onto Hellranger as well. So that's A side completely available for the side of Samurai Esports. A near impossible retake on the hands of Global.
Spike planted.
It's better to opt to go in for the save at this point, and that's exactly what they're doing. It is almost impossible to go in for that retake if you don't really have any form of information, if you don't even have that first initial pick. And the side of Samurai, they know this. For the side of GE, they're going to be opting to go in for that save. But at the same time here, Crips, I feel as though Rossi is holding the dirtiest angle of them all. Just look at this guy. Where is he holding, man?
Here.
Blackhawk is not going to like this. He's not going to be going in for a kill. He's just staring at Blackhawk. He's making a TikTok video out of him. He's like, I'm your buddy, you're my buddy. You stay over there, I'm gonna stay over here. Don't worry about it. And Kappa, he's just making so much noise. What is happening here? He's looking for a couple of kills. He's gonna be able to spot out Excali. He wants to go in for that lineup shot, but he's not just gonna be able to find it. And now Blackhawk, he's like, okay, I need to run away. I need to crab walk forward. I need to try and survive, but he needs to go swing left. He needs to swing right.
No!
And he's actually gonna be able to get a one tap down on him. And SK Rossi. Oh my god. Yeah, that's not going to be going on TikTok, man. That's going to be going on Instagram. SK Rossi, yeah, the trigger discipline play just really didn't work out in your favor.
Yeah, I think he was hoping that he will be able to bait the players of Samurai Esports into thinking that spot is safe, and he gets a couple of exit frags. Yeah, he gets one exit frag. That's all.
And then he gets one tapped. Man,
Yeah,
what is Blackhawk, man? That's the saddest story ever.
Exactly. But take a look at the score so far. SK Rossi on 23, Kappa on 14, everyone else on single digits. Whereas for Samurai Esports, almost everyone on double digits so far. So, yeah, Global Esports kind of need to stop relying on individual performances and pop-offs from SK Rossi. And they need to step up themselves too. Hunter's Fury committed. This time, Iancu takes a little bit of damage, but that's alright. Will Wimp tag anyone? Nope. Can't tag anyone either. Let's see what they have in store when a reverse Hunter's Fury gets committed. And this time, he's tagging so many people. Almost got the kill onto Excali as well, but hey, Excali is the guy who can heal himself, so no problem, no harm, no foul. He's deep inside H short as well, which means he can start selling this fake. Oh, Eskerosi misses! But hey, this is okay. Not anymore. Yeah, but you know what the best part is? He saw the people of Samurai Esports going towards B, relays the information over to his team, tells them that they're hitting the B side instead. Hellranger comes in to respond in time, but unfortunately it's just not good enough. Kappa now trapped like a mouse cornered, and he will be eaten up by Sai. Poor man. At least he managed to deal quite a lot of damage before he finally went down. So maybe this is actually doable for Skills and Lightning Fast. And they did not check it. Iancu gets away with murder. Can't break the lockdown, but that's completely fine. The remaining teammates will over-aggress now. Lightning Fast. How did he get the kill onto Wimp? Was the message not relayed? Alright, no problem. I think let's still do it, but Sai pre-fires that angle. Really good stuff by Samurai Esports as they're able to play Global Esports like a fiddle.
Match point.
Yeah, at that stage, there's not much that you can do. And it's going to be match point, ladies and gentlemen, for the side of Samurai Esports. It's not really something that you'd expect, but at the same time, hey, I really did do the analysis saying that Samurai Esports, they're very proficient on this map, and the analytics point towards them to try and close this one out on a very convincing scoreline. But hey, this is not a convincing scoreline. GE, they're putting up a good fight, but it feels as though the team play and synergy is just not there. They're trying to take too many individual duels when they have a breach-based combination here.
Flash and dash, that's what the breach is famous for. Iancu gets revealed, now he's in trouble. Do they fight him? They don't. Eskerosi wants to, but Iancu gets away just in time. And Eskerosi still trying to push the envelope. The aftershock will force Iancu out of position, but he's already left. Oh my goodness, they're falling like flies. Lightning Fast gets picked off towards A. At least Skills can carry his weapon forward, but this is going to be a clear indication that Samurai Esports want to hit the A site, and they will be able to do it in time. Only Skills is available over here. No backup for him too. And the backup cannot arrive because of the lockdown. I think Skills is going to get detained over here. Oh, poor guy.
At this point, there's not really much that you can do. It's going to be SK Rossi going in for a right click. Some people take that right here, but Excali from the side is going to be able to get that trade. Look at Kappa. He's going in for the digs. He's going in for the Kappa. He does get that clutch. A beautiful play from the side of Global Esports, ladies and gentlemen. And they're going to be able to keep their hopes and dreams alive for the first initial match. But Crips, things are just not looking up for the side of the defenders just yet. They need to dig deep and they need to go hard, because otherwise on this 12 and 10 scoreline, if they make one small mistake, Samurai Esports, they're going to pounce on it, and they're going to latch onto it like a crocodile would, and they will never let go of that play.
Exactly.
But at the same time, hey, this is the side of Global Esports we're talking about. This is a team that is not known to make mistakes when their backs are against the wall. So they should be able to pull off a clutch and send us into overtime.
I mean, they did make a mistake when they let Skills get detained and the rotation was late. But somehow, even after, yeah, exactly, even after making those mistakes, Kaba was able to bring it back. Scally wants to push through his own Nebula. Not that risky considering that he knows Global Esports don't like playing mid very aggressively, but they do hold the sites very well. And they've spotted Eskerosi. They know that Hellranger will be somewhere close. They're gonna take a little bit of a backtrack, go back towards short. And this time, the players of Global Esports are prepared. There's a nice crossfire between Lightning Fast and Skills as they mow down the players, trying to move in. Iancu comes in from behind towards A main, but that's completely fine because Lightning Fast has it in the bag. One more round away. It's either do or die over here. One round away from overtime, I guess. Yeah, I mean, do you think it will go into overtime though?
Hey, we kind of made the analysis that it's gonna head on down into overtime. If we both made the same analysis here, Crips, I feel that this should go into overtime. There is no way that the casters can be wrong. But at the same time, hey, the casters have the casters first. The casters have the casters first. Don't forget about it.
Listen, I love being proven wrong. Every time my prediction goes wrong, I like it because that keeps the match interesting. What good is a match that's always predictable, right?
Yeah, but that's also true, man. I feel you on that, but at the same time, I feel that Rossi. He's gonna make our point known. He's gonna show exactly what he can do. Spotted on the bottom, he's like, oh, hello there. I got your first initial kill. What you're gonna do without your Phoenix and also your buddy Killjoy? It is gonna be a double kill for the side of SK Rossi. Going in aggressive and going in hard every single time. And now, with their lives on the line, all of the members of the side of Samurai Esports, they have nothing to do and they have nowhere to hide. How much can you do? How much can you make a difference? Because right on the other side, it's going to be SK Rossi holding it down strong with an operator. And it feels as though Ion, he just tried to become a live flash. He dashed into side and then just walked out. Bro.
He was trying to clear out the closer angles so that later on, they are able to smoke up the right spots and go in without running. But okay, I'm just gonna stop talking and I'm just gonna let SK Rossi do his thing.
Okay. Yeah, this is the SK Rossi game, ladies and gentlemen. SK Rossi just stole out.
30 seconds left.
But can Blackhawk actually make his way? Can he pull off an Excali over here?
Long.
Oh, Hellranger peeks right at the nick of time. Okay. I thought he would be able to sneak back in there like Excali was able to do, but hey, this time Hellranger is aware of that play. He won't fall for the same trick twice, and SK Rossi, he just won't fall. He just won't shut up. Like, this guy is sitting at, what, 29 frags, on the verge of dropping a 30 bomb. It's ridiculous how much Global Esports have the privilege of playing with this man. Yeah, 12-12. We're going to go back to square one. Global Esports, they did a pretty good job so far on the attacking side. They were able to bring it back, but honestly, every time Samurai Esports decided to play aggressively on their defense, their plans were ruined. We had Excali pushing up into places where he was able to spot out all the players of Global Esports and just ruin their plans before they could even begin. This time they're doing something similar. We have Excali along with Wimp trying to push out B main. And they're holding this aggressive angle where SK Rossi will be prepared, but that curveball might just make things a little awkward. SK Rossi, even with his eyes closed, is able to hit that shot, exacts revenge for whatever happened to Skills. But in a 4 versus 4, Global Esports still have the advantage. Keep in mind that every time in a 4 versus 4 situation, the defenders have to spread their players out thin, and that means they have to leave some or the other area unguarded. In that situation, Global Esports can pump up their players at once and then hit a site with everything they've got. They're trying to send Lightning Fast down mid, but look at what Blackhawk is doing. He's pushed out a shot, and I don't think Lightning Fast is prepared for this. Somehow he survives the initial duel, and now Blackhawk is trapped. He needs backup. Can Blackhawk make this work? He's able to get the kill onto Kappa. Does he double up onto Lightning Fast? You cannot let Blackhawk get away with so much. Finally, SK shut him down, but this was a little too expensive. They never should have allowed Blackhawk to get this deep into enemy territory in the first place. And he's able to walk away with a kill too. IRQ has an op of his own, and he's able to win the op duel against SK Rossi. The flash just makes him go back behind the boxes, but there's very little time left. Global Esports need to hurry, and they will be able to get the kill onto IRQ just in the nick of time. They will be able to plant the spike. 2 versus 2. Lightning Fast on the back of the Nebula. Catches Wimp off guard. Almost killed Sai, but he's balled him down to 72 HP. 2 bullets should be enough. And Hellranger, how much utility does he have left? Only 1 fault line. Sai also doesn't have much, only a turret. And Hellranger's playing that one and done angle from where he can look into its shot. And Sai won't be able to spot him. As soon as Sai drops down, the sound cue will be enough. And I don't think Sai will ever check that angle.
Yeah.
Hellranger gets the better of him. Really good stuff. The presence of mind to hold that one and done angle, knowing that even if Sai gives him a 1v1 fight, he can win because Sai was low on health. That's the kind of plays that Hellranger makes when he knows he's got the advantage. He can take those risks. And at the start of the game, we called Excali and Sai to be the risk takers, but Hellranger knows when to take them, and that's the presence of mind available on this in-game leader. 1 round away from getting the first map on board. Will we go into a second overtime aggressive? What do you think is going to happen?
Honestly, I feel as though both of these teams, they are so equally matched, but at the same time, as we were talking about taking those risks, going up against a very unpredictable player like Sai, you need to be a little bit unpredictable yourself. But that's exactly what Ultragear did. Beautiful positioning coming on down from him to get that one-up advantage against the side of Sai in that one scenario. Very beautifully done. But now, SK Rossi, he's in a tough spot as well. This is a one-and-done angle because you need to be very much careful. If you miss your first initial shot, things are just not going to be looking on up. But at the same time, hey, look at the amount of respect that the side of Samurai is giving him. They're like, hey, SK Ross is with an operator down towards the side of Winery. Yeah, I'm not just going to be swinging it. I'm going to wait for my buddies. I'm going to wait for my teammates. And I'm not going to be going into any form of a play just yet. But SK Rossi, once again, he's getting away with murder. Gets a 2K for himself with an operator. No scope as well. His buddies are already there. They're going to be able to come on down and help him soon enough. One more kill with the shotguns of Aftershock. And then Aftershock is just so good, ladies and gentlemen. People are saying that it's a nerf. I say it's a literal buff because they are not going to be able to stand in that one specific sideline for such a long time that they're going to be forced to go down into the open. And with that, things are looking up. The swing's going to be coming on out. It's going to be Kappa with the first initial kill down on Nick Scally. Blackhawk, last member remaining. One on the left, one on the right. What does Blackhawk do? Will he be able to survive? Will he be able to defuse the spike? The recon ball goes on down through. Wants out his position, and the Odin coming on down through from the side of Kappa just takes him on out, sends him back home, and GE right at the brink of defeat. They're able to come on back from a 12-9 scoreline over to a 12-14 win. Global Esports, they're gonna be your winners, and they're gonna be moving on down forward over to the next map.
Kings of comeback, ladies and gentlemen. Global Esports are able to bring it back and everyone steps up on the team. Right from the start of the game, we've been saying that SK Rossi is stepping up. He's the one carrying the team. But towards the end, everyone stepped up. Hellranger with that important clutch against Sai. We had Lightning Fast pulling off things that nobody could have ever dreamed of, bisecting the map and getting his team into deeper places. We had Skills with the wonderful flanks, always ruining the plans of Samurai Esports. And then Kappa, the clutch minister, always available for his team when they need him. Every time someone on Global Esports falls, another one steps back right up, and they're able to put up this fight against Samurai Esports. This happens to be one of the stronger maps of Samurai Esports, and Global, they make a comeback, especially when Samurai Esports is on that map point. That is just ridiculous. How on earth did they do that? Let's take a look at the LG Ultragear highlights and let's relive this amazing game.
Honestly, Gibbs, I don't know how I feel about this because our analysis was so on point that should we just put our legs up on the table and just lean back and be like, hey, we told you so, guys, back at home. It was not scripted. We're just really good at our jobs. But hey, not to brag there. Moving on now forward over to the matchup, what we really do need to brag about is the side of Global Esports and their raw talent. Them as a team, I just wrote them off. I thought that Samurai were going to be able to close it out. It was a 12-9 scoreline. They had no business going in for that comeback. And round after round, we saw the side of Samurai Esports just being able to pull off the impossible. But at the very end of it all, Global, SK Rossi, Operator, what don't I have to say? Those words just explain pretty much everything there, Chris. They were going for shots that were absolutely clean, absolutely crispy. Rossi going at a 4K, going in for an ace. This guy was just on fire right at the very end, and he was able to shine the brightest when his team needed him the most. But at the same time, I feel as though the side of Samurai, they got psyched out and they started to rush things a little bit too much. If they just took it a little bit more slower, or maybe if they wanted to go in for fast execution, heavy composition together as a team instead of being Ronins as he put down over in the analyst desk, I feel as though they could have closed everything out because they have so much potential. They knew exactly what they needed to do to try and close things out, but they just failed at the very last second.
Yeah, unfortunately, that kind of stuff tends to happen, especially when you have a very individualistic play style. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. Both the teams had one thing going in their favor. Their lurks were on point. We had Excali creating impact plays for his team, buying space and ruining the plans of Global Esports, but then Skills was able to do it in the other half. SK Rossi, I don't even want to take his name again because I feel like it's been coming out of my lips again and again and again. So many impactful frags, and it's not even funny that SK Rossi is able to get those kills, right? He gets the skills, that's fine, but every time he got a kill, it was on the spike carrier. That's just ridiculous bad luck for Samurai Esports, because not only do they lose a player, but they also lose the spike carrier. That means all your plans, all your secrets have been revealed. So yeah, both the teams at one point ended up boiling out each other's plans, and then it just really depends on which one of these teams has a deeper playbook or how much they're able to adapt, because whatever strategy either corner had cooked up was destroyed at one point. You had to rely on unorthodox plays like this one from Sai. There's a nanostorm grenade stopping you, but you push through it nonetheless. What ends up happening? You get 2 kills. Good stuff. So these kind of unorthodox plays were littered all throughout the game. And it is these plays that change the outcome. That's what happens when you've got 2 very high caliber teams, Global Esports and Samurai, playing against each other. The meta more or less just goes down the dumpster because these teams can read the meta. What now matters is how well they can dictate it and how well they can play off of it to create their own unique play style. And that is something that we witnessed from both these teams as they were able to rely on their individual pop-offs and getting those players into these crucial positions to set up lurks, set up backstabs, or maybe even fakes when required. We saw everything from both the teams over here. So this was, I mean, yeah, sure, Global Esports is able to win this, but both the teams have my heart because this was such an entertaining game.
Yeah, honestly, both of these teams were so evenly matched. And at the very end, I feel as though it was that utility usage and that X factor of Rossi just chiming on in out of absolutely nowhere. Rossi had such a slow start at the very beginning. He was constantly being shut on down. But right at this round, what this Marshall is where the real Rossi just started playing. It feels as though he's like, hey, guys, don't worry about it. I'm coming back onto the server. I know exactly what I need to do. I know how to get this clutch, and I'm going to bring it back for our team. And Global, step by step, round by round, they're able to claw themselves back towards that 9-9 scoreline and try and bring it back onto their favor. Very beautifully done from the side of GE, ladies and gentlemen. They're able to take them all out, and they were able to take them out in a very decisive fashion as well, right at the very end on that 12-14 scoreline. Admirable play from the side of Samurai as well, because you guys were so close and you nearly pulled off the impossible, but hey, it's completely fine. You still have map number 2 to try and go in for your own redemption arc. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be setting that up. Before we do set that up, make sure to check the links down in the description below because we have a giveaway for you, and it's going to be a monitor giveaway as well. So make sure to add on there because you know for a fact you want to get yourself a proper monitor to play like the pros that you have seen down on the server today. But before that, we're going to be heading on down over to the break, and we're going to be back real shortly with the LG Ultragear TEC Gauntlet Season 1, powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radio. We'll catch you in just a little bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LG Ultragear TEC Gauntlet Season 1, powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radeon. As we are back with map number 2 of this intense matchup. And if map number 2 is anything like map number 1 here, Grips, I think I need to call an ambulance. What's the hotline for the side of India? I don't really know, but let's head on down over to the map veto speed as we do talk a little bit more about that, because map number 1, it was just a roller coaster of emotions. My internet dying because of the amazing plays coming on down through from players like SK Rossi, Blackhawk, Hellranger, Kappa. Well, this just goes on, man. I can't handle this anymore. I need to go in for a checkup.
Okay. Well, I hope you remember your hotline number of the ambulance because I certainly don't. That's kind of a red flag considering we live in uncertain times and I might need it anytime soon. But hey, if I go down casting a game of Valorant that I absolutely enjoy, then that is a perfect way to die for me. Global Esports this time. Hovering over Sky, they already have a SOA though, so is it going to be like a double initiator setup? We have seen teams go in for double controller setups on Bind, but a double initiator is unheard of.
Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about this, but at the same time, I've seen a lot of other teams really pick up that double initiated competition here on Bind, primarily because the fact that you're not picking up that Astra here, you're going to be on a press for utility. And if you don't want to play that Phoenix or Reyna, then you have that level of utility on your side. And I love this composition here, Grips. This is purely based upon utility. If you get that spike plant down, it's pretty much all done and dusted. You don't really have a lot to do to try and bring it back from the brink of defeat. But at the same time, not having a raise is a massive question mark in my eyes. SK Ross opting to go in for a jet instead of a raise. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that because this composition in particular really does rely on the raise to be a lot more potent and a lot more aggressive in comparison to the jet, because the jet doesn't really give a lot of utility in comparison to the raise. So in a way, this double controller and double initiator composition can work out, but without a raise, I don't know how they're going to be going in for a lot of their own attacking sides. They need to rely on Rossi to completely shut everyone down through his raw gunfight potential. If he's not able to get a lot of proper gunfights, things are just not looking on up. But hey, hugs galore all over the place. Everyone's hugging down lightning fast. He's giving him that good luck. And yeah, this is the power of a boot camp, ladies and gentlemen. You have that family all around you. They're going to bring you up and hype you up to the next level.
You know what? I'm kind of hopeful about this double initiator setup by Global Esports. Back in the analyst panel, I pointed out how Samurai Esports like to spread out on their attacking side of Bind. That doesn't seem to be the case right now because they seem to be, just hitting all, just clumping up towards the B side. But maybe something will happen later on. But what I see over here is that this double initiator setup by Hellranger and Kappa, it's gonna give them the information that they need. If Global Esports are able to pick up the information onto all the players of Samurai Esports who like to play individually in different parts of the map, it's going to help them quite a lot. And I feel like that's like the best thing that they could have done. So not fully against this double initiator setup. On the other hand, none of the teams have a raise. So how does this work out? Both the teams are gonna have a little bit of a problem with this thing.
I don't really know how I feel about this here, but it's primarily because it feels wrong, but at the same time, it's a new meta as well. Having a double initiator just allows you to go in for a lot more of those aggressive plays, switch up your play styles, and be something a little bit more different. But at the same time, you just don't really expect a lot of those plays to come on down through every single time. That raise just alleviates a lot of the pressure that you could feel down from the back end if you just want to go in for a couple of more custom play styles. For example, maybe if you want to go in for a fast rush down towards one specific sideline, that jet really doesn't give you a lot of value in comparison to the raise, because the raise can clear out the angles that maybe the Sova's not going to be able to clear out with a shock dart. He's going to be able to clear out things instead with a recon bolt. He can worry about the elbow angle. Like, raise alleviates a lot of the pressure on the other initiators or your teammates. But not having that on the side of Global, I think that that could be a thorn in their sides. And for the side of Samurai, I feel as though things could just be a tiny little bit more different, because they have that flash, they have that Reyna, but at the same time, they need to rely on the Reyna to do a lot of work, because if Reyna is not able to get things rolling for the side of Samurai, I feel as though they're not really going to be able to get a lot of value at all, because this double initiator composition is a complete shutdown on Reyna.
That's right. The Reyna, I mean, you usually pick it up if you want to play solo, if you want to be self-reliant and sufficient. But the double initiator setup might just ruin things. I feel like Global Esports have them beat right here in the agent selection phase itself. But if Samurai Esports pull a little switcheroo, if instead of playing solo and trying to spread out with defaults, if they decided to start pumping up and start hitting these sites with brute force and everything they've got, then this double initiator setup might not help them out that much. Maybe it helps them out in a retake situation, but then you've already conceded the site to Samurai Esports, and you would never want to be in a retake situation in the first place.
And as the agent compositions are going to be going on down through once again, I feel as though the teams are going to be ready and they're going to be prepped up once again. But I really don't know how I feel about both of these teams picking up that Brimstone in comparison to that Astra or Omen. What do you think is the reasoning behind picking up a Brimstone? Is it because of his orbital strike? Is it because of his lineups that he has on bind? Or
Probably.
could it be become the stim beacon as well if they want to go in for those fast execution heavy rushes towards the side of
Not, not
lamps or showers?
Not so much as the sim beacon, but I do believe that the orbital strike offers a lot more value than from the shadows when compared to Omen. And yeah, maybe differentiating between the Brimstone and the Astra can be a little difficult, but on a map like Bind, the only thing that Omen offers to you are a bunch of fake teleports, which quite honestly become predictable at the highest level of Valorant. So yeah, those fake teleports might work in like a gold, silver, something lobby, but definitely not in a lobby like this. You can go for one-way smokes with almost every agent in a map like Bind. So maybe the Brimstone becomes a lot more viable. But consider this. You've got a Viper and a Brimstone and a Sova on the same lineup, along with the Killjoy. Now, that's four agents that can basically win you post plants. Four agents that can put down utility that will stop the spike from being diffused. I think that's why Brimstone also has been picked up, because if they lose any one of these players, they always have someone or the other with the lineups prepared to deny the spike diffuse. And especially when Samurai Esports are starting on the attacking side, it's going to be very useful for them. The fact that they don't have a Viper of their own will mean that they will need some or the other agent to stop the post plants from happening, and only one of them can be Killjoy. The other one has to be Brimstone. Oh, aggression right off the bat from SK Rossi. Pulling off a couple of shots towards long. Doesn't get anything done, but he falls back to safety. Hair Ranger will get one, so that's something.
At the same time, look at Excali. He just walked in towards the A side from the angle of shower. What is happening here, Chris? Whip and Excali, they're walking into labs without anyone looking at them. Excali gets a kill down towards the back end, and they have A-side control in their favor. Lightning Fast is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Excali just whips around, gets another headshot down on the Rossi. What? Kill with a classic right click. It's gonna be able to shut down 3, and the fighting is going on down through. But he has nothing to do. He cannot go in for the defend. He just sink the spike. Lightning Fast. I think the stars aligned for it. Literally, the stars aligned for it. He got a hug from his manager. I don't know who it was exactly, probably his manager. And he's like, "You can do this, buddy. I believe in you." And after that one hug, Lightning Fast pulls off something like this. That guy is a literal, like, I don't know, he's a literal good luck charm, I would say.
It's not just the stars that's lining up for him, it's the players as well. Did he just get a collateral with a classic?
Right click.
That's just ridiculous. We've seen that stuff happen with an operator. SK Rossi pulling off those collaterals. MW1 just pulled off a collateral in the previous game. But I never knew SK Rossi. I'm sorry, this guy can pull it off with a classic as well. That's just ridiculous now. I mean, Excali did a pretty good job of walking into the A side and catching all the players in lamps and the entrance off guard. But they never check for lightning fast angle, and that gets the better of them. More snake bites to follow as the Leers won't do anything.
God,
but
Excali,
even after Excali was vulnerable, he gets that kill.
Absolutely no respect from the side of Excali, man. He just walked the corner and he's like, "I'm gonna kill you no matter what." But you know who else is gonna kill who? It's gonna be SK also gonna get killed down on the side with that ghost as well. So this ghost gets a lot of value and things. They're just looking up for the side of GE because Kappa on the swing is gonna be shut down one more. And you do need to remember that, hey, this is a force Byron coming on down through from the side of Samurai. We don't talk about that lineup. Clutch plus sometimes it does happen. Don't worry about it. But skills, yeah, him getting a double ding on the win, that's gonna hurt.
This time Samurai Esports very clean and very methodical on their A executes. They clear out all the angles first. They make sure that they don't get inside deep enemy lines without checking all the angles first, so that's something. Still, 2 versus 4 retake does look kind of difficult though. Blackhawk is doing the best he can to stop them from coming in with that Molotov, but the Sky Smoke will make Blackhawk a little redundant because he's gonna have to reposition himself. Gets a kill onto skills, but yeah, that's okay. He gets rated out though.
There's not much that he can do.
Yeah, there's not much. The moment he peeks out to get the kill onto the diffuser, SK Rossi will get the better off, and then now the Sky Smoke fades and it just make things even worse. Good stuff by Global Esports, bringing the first 2 rounds back.
And that was a very risky round there as well. I feel as though they got a little bit bad after what happened in that particular round. Them getting killed up on a lineup by Lightning Fast with one classic right click. Yeah, that just does not happen. And they went in for that force buy, and that force buy really just did not work out in their favor. They need to play it slowly. They need to play it smart. They need to try and bait out as much utility from the side of the defenders as possible before they opt to go in for a fast execution heavy rush. And the fact that the side of Samurai are not opting to go in for that, it's like a massive question mark in my eyes. What are they exactly trying to plan for this execution? Because it feels like the Excali, he's gonna be able to find that dome of that first initial player, but he's gonna be able to take him out. But at the same time, Lightning Fast, he's just a little bit too good on this Viper. He's gonna go in for that swing. He's gonna be able to spot out Wim. And with his own smoke screen, he's gonna be able to take everyone down from the back end. But Sai is gonna be going for 1, but he's not gonna be going for more than that. The flashes are gonna be going down through Sky. Sorry, it's gonna be Sai is blind as a bat, but still, he's gonna be able to get a beautiful headshot out on the Kappa. And with that side, you could just pull up the impossible, maybe go in for that clutch, but I think I spoke a little bit too little too soon. Instead, it's gonna be Lightning Fast on the Viper, just a little bit too clean, ladies and gentlemen. But at the same time here, Chris, I want to highlight something. Lightning Fast, when he first joined GE, before he joined GE, sorry, he was a duelist player. From a duelist player, he became a Sentinel player. From a Sentinel player, now he is a controller player. And he plays both Astra and Viper to this caliber. Who do you want on your team more than Lightning Fast, man? This guy is so versatile.
He is indeed very, very versatile. He used to be one of those players that people just loved to throw acquisitions on back in the olden days. And in fact, he was not even playing on a good team back then. Now I'm just so happy that Global Esports have recognized his potential and have picked him up. SK Rossi getting that opening frag onto Blackhawk. That's the controller down for Samurai Esports. Now they're going to have to go and draw. The spike isn't anywhere close. They're trying to aggress towards the beast side where they have Ranger and Kappa available. But Kappa lines them up. Can't get the better of Excali, but that's okay because the spike hasn't reached the site yet. And because Swimp is able to hear all of these players, if he loses this fight right here, that's going to be the spike down, but he doesn't lose those. Catches them both. How on earth would you have ever expected Wind to be still over there? Especially when the beast side has already been taken. Those are the kind of unorthodox plays that Samurai Esports loves to go for. That's the defaults that I was talking about. Now SK Rossi has another responsibility on his shoulders. Can't get the AWP back on in time. He thought
think
the plot was
Excalibur-
happening inside the box, so I guess.
It's completely fine and dandy, handling down inside of the box. It's like, he just wanted to go in for a dash. He wanted to try and make a play happen, but hey, it's completely fine. You're not going to be able to get those kills every single time. You're not going to be able to go in for no scope, but what you can go for is a couple of run and gun plays from the side of Excalibur. Yeah, he was having fun in the Empress.
See, at the start of the game, I pointed out how Samurai Esports like to play those defaults. They left the spike back down near their own base before they even went into the site. And that's why global esports get bamboozled. Like, common logic would dictate that once you have control of the B site, you would try to go for the plant right away. But then they had Wimp deep towards B long with the spike on his shoulders, and they would have never expected him to be this close to the base itself. And they were not even trying to hide their footsteps, right? They were running because they thought, the footsteps won't be audible on the site itself. And they never expected anyone to be deep inside long. Kappa gets stacked, but that's okay because SK Rossi is all the way over here. What on earth? Excali pushes out through hookah, gets the tag onto Kappa as he was just beeping one last time. SK Rossi, though, does get the revenge. Both the Sovas now out of the picture.
Now, there are no more information gathering agents on the map other than the sky, of course, getting a little bit of info for the side of the defenders, but they need to play it slow and they need to play it smart. Because if they over-aggress, things could just go badly for them if they are not careful. But Excali holding it down strong towards the angle of Hookah, waiting for his buddies to make a B-long entrance happen. Go in for those smokes, go in for those plays, and then go in for a fast rush for the side of Samurai Esports. With only 30 seconds left on the clock, the year's going to be going on down, and the execution is going to be starting out as well. And SK Rossi wants to go in for a couple of shots. He's not going to be able to find out punch, but look at Hellranger, ladies and gentlemen. Even though he's getting burned to a crisp, he's going to be able to take two people with him. He's like, if I'm going to die, you're going to die with me as well. That's gonna be the side of Hellranger for you, ladies and gentlemen. But at the same time, Hyper Ultimate is on the cards. They're gonna be going in for that swing, but the smoke just dissipates at the wrong time. Blackhawk's gonna be able to catch out skills, and now it's Lightning Fast versus the entire world. Will he be able to go in for that clutch? Just get that first initial kill. He's gonna be able to spawn on the last one as well. Going in for the jiggle left, going in for the jiggle right, going in for that spray as well. But Blackhawk, you just don't go up against this guy and get to live to tell the tale. That's gonna be Blackout for you, ladies and gentlemen. Getting the clutch for the side of Samurai Esports, sending them over to the 3-2 scoreline. And honestly, all of these rounds feel like match point rounds at this point here, Chris, because these are so close that I don't really know how to feel about this.
I know exactly how I feel about poor skills over there. Smoke dissipating at the wrong time, Hellranger facing a similar fate. At least Ultragear was able to get 2 kills before he finally went down. But I love the way how Lightning Fast was able to creatively use the Viper Spit to get inside that metal box. He didn't win the duel against Blackhawk, but that's a different story. This time, a very passive setup by Samurai Esports. They kind of expect the global players to come pushing out. Every time global esports use that sky smoke on the mouth of bathroom, it indicates a big push. And IronQ's prepared for it this time around. Recon Dot gets the better of Hellranger, forced to fall back. More room in control of Samurai Esports as Hellranger is now holding a one and done angle. Kappa gets spotted out. They know that Hellranger has to be somewhere close. Do they figure it out? The Leo will bet that they're off him and Wimp refires. They know, definitely they do. Kappa getting surrounded from the other side, reloaded the worst time possible. And they're falling apart like flies. Samurai Esports able to pick up the secret round without too many difficulties.
What?
Baiting out the danger shots from SK Rossi too, but Wimp pays the price for Excali's fantastic.
One enemy remaining.
Good shots from the side of Lightning Fast. Because I feel as though Lightning Fast, this is his map and this is his game. He's been getting so many incredible kills every single time because I feel as though this go round in particular, even if Rossi is not able to go in for a kill, it's gonna be completely fine because they got those 2 kills, they got those rounds in their favor, and they paid out a little bit of utility as well. And at this point, Rossi, maybe if he can get attacked through the smoke and just force them to buy a shield at the bare minimum, I would say this eco round is very much successful.
That's true. It will be successful if he can maybe snag a gun and run away too. But I think that's gonna be a little too difficult. Quick flick. Does he get it? No problem. Hey, but at least now we know that Samurai Esports are aware of the fact that global esports will try these unorthodox pushes in their eco rounds. The fact that IronQ was holding an angle just outside of the bathrooms indicates that Samurai Esports have a good read on what global esports is about to do. and they pre-fire almost every angle. They knew exactly where Hellranger will reposition. They knew where Kappa was. They found out once he threw in that shock dart, but then they were able to catch him while he was reloading. So all these little mistakes that Samurai Esports keeps on punishing from the global side, it's great. Let's see if Samurai can repeat the same success in a buy round 2. This time they have Lightning Fast going aggressively. SK Rossi for the first big shot. But Lightning Fast, he's able to get one. SK Rossi needs to bail him out right now because he's in danger. And SK Rossi helped him. Good stuff. The Sky Smoke also will be able to get Lightning Fast out of that ridiculous situation. Get him out of that spot. 3 players had to work in tandem to make this play successful. SK Rossi and Hellranger. No, not Hellranger. Skills and SK Rossi both having to put down the utility to bait Lightning Fast out of that situation.
Yeah, that was a little bit too close for comfort there, Chris. But hey, if Lightning Fast is able to get a kill and get out, the side of G, they're going to be more than happy, even though it wasn't as clean as it possibly could be. But hey,
Yeah.
we all whip from time to time. It does happen. The nerves do get to you. And hey, Lightning Fast, in that sticky situation, anyone could whip because the player's not looking at you. And when the player's not looking at you, it's a lot more harder than hitting a person full swinging and Ferrari peeking at an angle. So it's completely fine, it's completely dandy. Moving on now forward into this round in particular though, because now it's Hellranger's turn to go in for a couple of plays with his buddy Cap on his side. The ultimate has been popped. He gets a double tag here, Chris. And with this double tag, he could just actually get a kill as well. Sai gets taken on down. Kappa with a couple of shock dart plays. He's sending Blackhawk back packing. He's not gonna be able to go out for long though. Gets a kill down on the poor old Skills, who's not really having a good day. But hey, in the long run, if his buddies are able to get a trade, he's gonna be more than happy. 4-3 on the scorecards for the side of G, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, they're back in the lead once again.
Samurai Esports predicting what Global Esports will do, but still not able to capitalize on that information, as the way Global Esports are backing each other up is just so perfect. Lightning Fast now sitting at 11 kills, followed by Hellranger at 6. And a lot of it is, credit where credit is due. Hellranger, even though he's playing a very passive angle, he always helps his teammates out. And Lightning Fast once again playing aggressively this time. Oh, even SK Rossi can't exact revenge. Those are 2 frags that could have gone in their favor. At least he gets the kill onto Excali, who is the danger man for his team. Now that the 2 top fraggers are out, Sai and Excali both offline, the remaining players probably won't be able to do much. At least they still have Blackhawk online, which means they have smokes available. But Blackhawk is trying to go for one of those cheeky plays where Skills can catch him off guard. And while all of that is happening, SK Rossi just doing SK Rossi things.
Yeah, SK Rossi getting a 3K for himself. The real question is, will it be 4K Rossi once again? Getting a 4K and never getting his ace? Yeah, that could just happen. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, we can always be hopeful for Rossi to break his curse and then go in for a play for himself. But at the same time, I really want to question what was the planning and the thought process from the side of Samurai in that round. Rossi's holding an operator down towards that A-long angle. You lost Excali, you don't have a flash. Why are you still trying to push him? Why are you still trying to go in for that trade against an operator as well? He's just not going to be looking on up. And at the very end, the side of Samurai Esports, their backs are against the wall. Not much that they can do. Try and maybe go in for a couple of kills down towards that B side and try and test their luck. They're not going to be able to find out anything. And now they're forced onto an eco. And this is going to be the first decisive round disadvantage that the side of Global Esports have had throughout this entire matchup. 3 rounds, hopefully, if they do not lose out on this anti-eco round. That's going to be the real question. Will the side of Samurai Esports be able to pull off a possible 50? Because they're looking to go in for a fast B-side execute with all their members gunning and ready for it.
Yeah, they've only left Ion Q in the back lines, who's going to be watching just outside of Baltrum's, a position that he hasn't played very often. But Blackhawk is prepared for Lightning Fast to push. This is the 3rd time in a row Lightning Fast has pushed that position. Once he was successful, twice he was not. A little bit of backup. Hellranger is here to help him out, but he's not able to get the favorable angles as Hellranger was just inside the metal box at the wrong time. So those are 2 frags by Global Esports that do not go in their favor. Aggression not panning out, and Skills also getting punished. Excali really wants to challenge Hellranger, taunting him. But will he be able to win this though? Global Esports, they tend to get a little too ahead of themselves when they are in the lead, but this time Hellranger finally says enough. And Excali has been put to his grave. SK Rossi also getting the kill onto Blackhawk. So those are 2 different kills going in 2 different areas. But keep in mind, the spike has still not been committed. It's sitting all the way back in the base.
Oh my god!
And if this keeps on happening, Global Esports will bring it back. It's already down to 2v2. Very little time left. This is just going from bad to worse. Samurai
What
Esports
is
were able to get the
happening?
lead right at the start, but after that, it just all came falling
30
down.
seconds left.
Sai knows exactly where Hellranger is.
One enemy
Will be able to
remaining.
win the
My
duel.
God.
And now the shock dart will damage Hellranger quite a lot, but
There's a
he's
flash.
not looking in the right direction. Hellranger's able to bring it all back. How are other global esports doing this? A 2 versus 5 exactly, a 2v5 clutch. And global esports made the mistakes at the start. They were the ones who pushed up aggressively. They were the ones who ended up giving away their kills. But then Samurai do the same mistakes.
Taking isolated 1v1s in a 2 versus 5 situation.
It's not even about the isolated 1v1s anymore, right? It's about aggressing when you don't need to. I mean,
Yeah.
sure, Samurai Esports have pulled it off time and time again, where they leave the spike back in base, and then they push up to the site, they gather control of the site, and then they decide whether they want to commit to that area, or whether they want to go somewhere else with the spike. That's fine, that's the playstyle that Samurai Esports have always had. But this time, they don't have realistic control of the site, they're offering 1v1s, they have very little time left, and all of that just comes into play. And Hellranger and SK Rossi, it's not even like they played together to trade each other out, right? No, they were just on 2 separate parts of the map, winning separate duels all by themselves, and it just falls apart. It literally just falls apart. It's like a burrito. You see it, it's tasty, you want to bite into it, but then the whole filling just comes out, and you have nothing left but empty, dry tortillas in your hands.
Yeah, I completely feel you there. And it feels as though the side of Samurai Esports, they're just crumbling under the pressure. This was a 2 versus 5 situation that you should not have lost. Like, normally what happens in a 2v5? The players are holding down in a post-plant position, and the side entry does come on down through, and you get a couple of kills here and there in the post-plant situation, and the 2-man, they just get those trades down beautifully. They get the first initial kill, sending it down to a 2 versus 2. The other guy gets the in the 2 versus 2. The attackers get one more kill, sending it down over to 1 versus 1, and then you lose out the round. That is completely fine. It's all right. You sometimes will lose out on those 2 versus 5 situations, but Hellranger had 3 players in front of him. His position was known, and when his position was known, the side of Samurai Esports still failed. That really should not have happened, and that is such an unfortunate outcome as well, because this one was so crucial for them. Because now look at their eco. They have absolutely nothing. They're forced onto these sheriffs and these ghosts to try and stabilize themselves just a tiny little bit. And poor old IonQ, he's just not having a good day. 0 and 8 on the 9th round on the board. It's kind of going rough for him.
That is indeed rough. Well, at least he's creating space for his team, so that's something.
In a way, that could be the only silver lining, but at the same time here, Cribs, he needs to step up, because that jet is just so crucial for their compositional advantage. He's not really opting to go in for a rush. He's not opting to go in for maybe a play for himself and take down Rossi, but Rossi on the operator feels like the actual kryptonite for any sort of play that the side of Samurai Esports could have. Every single time they want to go in for an A execute, every single time they want to go in for an B execute, it feels the Rossi, he's just there. He's like that protagonist, he's like that person from a horror movie that's always there, the killer who's always hunting you every single time. You look behind you, Rossi is there. You look in front of you, Rossi is there. You look behind you, Rossi is there, and your teammates on your left being like, who is this guy? Is this guy an imposter? He looks kind of sus. But
That kind of makes him an antagonist, right? Not the protagonist.
No, I didn't say protagonist, but yeah, he's an antagonist. I kind of said it, but it's completely fine. But that's kind of what's happening. Like, all of the members of the side of GE, there are thorns in the side of Samurai Esports, and they need to find a way to work together as a team, because there is no team play and coordination coming on down through from the side of Samurai, and that baffles me at this point here, Chris. They need to dig deep, otherwise it's already over. They need to try and do something right here and right now, and use this eco round to try and stabilize themselves just a tiny little bit. Take a deep breath, play it smart, but I don't think it's gonna happen. It's not just yet. Skills gets the double kill, gets away with murder. Kappa gets another one. Hellranger is gonna be able to take down one from the back end towards the side. Who's up? Lightning fast? Just come on down towards the back end, and he's like, don't worry, I got your kill, Kappa. I know you don't have any bullets. I'm gonna finish it off.
You have the side of global esports just pounce upon the players of Samurai. They knew exactly what was going to happen in these desperate situations. Samurai Esports lining up for one of those regular hookah and B-long executes. Well, guess what? They did not even get to enter the site. They were shut down. Skills with the wonderful spray control. Kappa with a kill through the smoke on the back of that utility. And then Lightning Fast with the final blow. Really good stuff by Global Esports as they're able to wrap around the players of Samurai, not letting them go anywhere. And this time, once again, it's going to be the standard Bath aggression from Global Esports.
Oh no!
Another one, maybe?
Oh, close. Close. He's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. I'm very sure. Excali, he's on the top side position, but I'm very sure that Rossi, he's gonna expect it. He knows for a fact that Excali has to be holding down on the left. Spots out the jiggle and maybe he's gonna be able to hit it! And that's gonna be SK Rossi, ladies and gentlemen. He does get his second, just as Chris was saying. He was like, one more? But he's not gonna be able to get his third. I think a little bit too overzealous, but it's completely fine. This is SK Rossi, ladies and gentlemen. He's gonna be able to take a lot of people down, but man, he doesn't look behind him. He gives it up. What?
He thought he was safe. He did not spot anyone coming towards U-Hauls. And the moment he looked away is the moment that Hellranger arrived. It's not even his fault. It's just timing can sometimes just be such a B. Pardon my language. You know what I mean. You just got Valoranted. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
You look away for one.
Every single game.
30
Yeah, you
seconds
look away
left.
for 1 second and your enemy just pops over there. Samurai Esports now creeping in towards the A site. They've got the Hunter's Fury available for post-plant. Nanostorm grenades too. They will reveal Lightning Fast, but I didn't know that there's other players over there. Ah, that's the only one over there. Hellranger was present inside of Bath, but now he's going to reposition himself elsewhere. That is going to be towards a shot.
Oh, if he ults. If he ults.
Last
Oh, no,
player
it's not gonna
standing.
happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering, why did he not ult?
Yeah, oh wait, no, I just looked at it wrongly. It was an ult coming on down through from the side of Wim. They have two ultimates to work with, and Kappa, he has almost nothing. But it's completely fine and dandy. Kappa, he's by his lonesome going down in a 1 versus 2 situation. Not much that he can do. A couple of shock darts maybe, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Gets one another by the recon pool. It's just about those kills, and it's just about charging up your ultimate, but he's not gonna be able to get out more than that. But hey, it's completely fine. 7 and 4 on the scorecards, give a round away towards the side of Samurai, take it down to that 8 and 4, and then go over to your attacking side, where this composition here, Chris, just gets a lot more stronger, because considering the team play coordination that we have seen coming on down through from the side of Global on their own defensive side, if they're able to carry that forward over to the attacking side as well, they're going to be an unstoppable force in this composition.
Yeah, but this time Samurai Esports were able to bring it around back 2 versus 3. Hellranger left Poor Lightning Fast alone by himself inside of Bath, which would have been a great play under normal circumstances as he circles back from a main. But the timing was just unfortunate, and Lightning Fast got jumped by both of those players. Lightning Fast this time. Is he going to be available to back him up? No. SK Rossi does get taken down, and no trade by Lightning Fast. He knows Excali is right around the corner, but the shotguns will get the better off him before he can get any dunked. Even a Molotov is thrown in his direction. Finally, INQ getting his kills. Second one this time around, but Blackhawk, he actually burns Wimp somehow? Well, Global Esports is going to thank him for that. But even after that team kill, Samurai Esports still have the man advantage.
Now Kappa, he did spot out one of the players, but still, this is just going to be a rapid rotation play down towards that B side, but I'm very sure that Hellranger can get himself down towards the side, but it's going to be another wraparound play towards the A side once again. This is a spread out of the side of T69, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to go through the TP once again. Make it happen. Come on. Do it. Samurai, nah, they're not going to go into the TP again. Go towards that B side. I wanted to see a little bit of beams coming on down through by A. This is a high-stakes championship. They cannot go in for those beams just yet. Shots are going to be going on down, though. It's going to be Kappa going in for a couple of shots. And I hope that he would have gone towards the elbow angle, because on towards elbow, 2 people were ripe for the picking, and Sai, he's at only 7 HP. He's literally a breath away. Even a small burst of wind can take him on down out. But it's gonna be finally being able to open things up. He's gonna be able to take him on down, and now Hellranger once again stuck in this clutch situation. Opposite going for that flash. He's gonna be able to flash out the first player, but he's not gonna take out the second. INQ has activated himself, ladies and gentlemen, and this guy is back on the server. 4 kills on the cards. He's been having a rough game, but after getting that first initial kill, he's able to step up massively and take the entire server by storm. That's going to be the side of Samurai, taking it over to a 7-5 scoreline as a side swap does go on down through. But still, GE, they have the biggest advantage. And if they're able to win it on the pistol round, the advantage is just going to go quicker.
I kind of feel like Global Esports are gonna struggle a little bit on the attacking side, considering how well Samurai Esports were able to bounce back. Yeah, sure, Samurai Esports suffered that 2 versus 5 defeat, which is a little embarrassing round, but then they were able to pull it back many times over. IonQ has been having a rough game, but he steps up at the right time. 2 versus 3 pulled off by Samurai Esports as well to bring this to a 7-5, and every time Global Esports think that they have this in the bag, every time they think they have them figured, Samurai Esports change something up, which was a complete opposite a few rounds ago. It was Global Esports getting the read on to Samurai, not the other way around. But that changed. Excali, he's seeing multiple people line up, gets a dink, but not a kill. No problem. His teammates are here. Sai will be able to get that first kill, but Escurossi is so sharp, and Hellranger finishes him off. Rossi tags him, Hellranger bags him. 2 versus 3 situation. I'm sorry, 4 versus 3 situation. But Samurai have been revealed. They could have shot Blackhawk down through that smoke, but it seems like Hellranger wants to finish off what he started. Bomb blunt won't be happening just yet because the shock darts stop it from happening just yet. Blackhawk has been concussed. They now want to go up towards him, and Lightning Fast will be able to get them both.
Lightning Fast is just that classic god, man. This guy on a classic, yeah, you just don't want to face off against him. When he's on a classic, when he's on his Viper, and when he's on Vine, it feels as though the stars align for him. Like, I keep on telling this every single time. Lightning Fast on a classic, he has pulled off so many highlight reels that a lot of the players, they need to know, I can't push this guy on a close quarters battle, because if I do push him, even if my right click doesn't hit him, his right click is for sure gonna hit me in the head no matter what happens.
Yeah, that's a risk you can't afford to take. One and done angle by IonQ. He's gonna yeet it after he gets a kill. Hopefully, Wimp will be able to trade him out as well. But Global Esports realize Samurai on an eco round are a force to be reckoned with. Samurai are the kind of team that really go for one of those unorthodox plays whenever they're on ecos. Actually, both the teams do it, so I think it's fair that I say both the teams like to push out in their eco rounds, and that's why you can see Global Esports just giving so much respect to Samurai. Playing it very passively, waiting for Samurai to show their hand first.
Oh, Excali gets a beautiful headshot down on the Lightning Fast, and he's actually going to be able to get a second. Excali! He's able to show up so beautifully for his team, and in that one specific situation, they're able to shut everything down. But look at Ion's position. He's going to be good for 1. He's actually going to be maybe good for 2, but instead, Kappa and Skills coming on down through from the side of Hookah. He's going to be able to take down 2 people almost immediately, and with that, that's going to be the 8-5 spool that we were expecting. But still, in this 3 versus 2 situation, this round is still a long way from being over. Blackhawk with the magic number of 69 on his side. Will he be able to pull off a magic trick is going to be the real question and get a clutch for his team. It's going to be Sai from the back end going in for a beautiful Sheriff 1 tap. And it's just going to be all done in there. Excali chimes on in, gets another kill down on the Kappa, sending him back home. And with that, that's going to be the 6th round on the board for the side. Samurai Esports, ladies and gentlemen, and a 30 round to boot as well.
Yeah, just a bunch of sheriffs to work with as they're able to steal the momentum back from Global Esports. Global win the... yeah, I mean, they win the pistol, but then Samurai Esports just hit the shots on their sheriffs, and that means whatever Spectres and whatever upgraded weapons that Global Esports had in their bags, they're all going to be down now. None of them will be online. Although, there is something weird happening. SK Rossi with a Vandal? When all his teammates are on an eco? This is going to be one of those Hero Vandal plays.
Probably, but at the same time, it feels like, hey, it's SK Rossi. He has enough money to go in for a proper buy in the following round, and he's not going to be buying operators when you consider what's going to be happening. But I feel as though SK Rossi is trying to paint it out. He's trying to show everyone that, hey, he doesn't have a Vandal in his hand. He just has a normal classic, but instead he wants to go in for a swing and he wants to try and surprise them with this Vandal. Maybe go in for a couple of plays for himself, but a lot of pressure is going to be on this. Oh no, it's over.
good thing about Excali is he's on the backstab already and he can shut down this aggression before he can even start. But SK Rossi, he's trying to bring it back. Now finally Excali will chime in and he catches both of them off guard, lines them up, knocks them down. And it's just SK Rossi. He started off with a double kill, but now he's going to have to go the distance. He's going to have to pick up all 3 to complete this H clutch. And I don't think that Ace clutch is going to be possible, especially with only 89 HP. Especially when Samurai Esports have upgraded the weapons. Both of these players have Spectres now. Running in potential and he dashes in. Alright. He just bought himself a little bit of a lifeline.
30 seconds
Now he
left.
has the potential to go for one of those big brain movements that Samurai Esports did. You know, get into the teleporter, go back to its A, but he's gonna go to its B instead. No problem, no problem.
Completely fine and dandy. They can just go in for those aggressive plays. They can go left, they can go right. But hey, SK Rossi just wants to keep things a little bit more simple. He knows what to expect. Going in for the wraparound play instead, and maybe he should be able to catch out Whip. Whip is just holding there. He's not going in for that play. He's actually able to take it down to a 1-versus-1 situation. SK Rossi, he's in the perfect spot to maybe go in for a play, maybe shut everyone down. Excali going in for that half defuse. He's gonna be going in for that swing and the flick and the micro adjust is just a little bit too quick for Rossi to handle. And that is Pico's advantage for you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure that Rossi was just not ready for an Excali. He had all of the advantages in the entire world. He knew for a fact that he has to be coming on down through from that elbow angle because he doesn't have enough time to go on down through the back end if he wanted to go in for that full diffuse. Reading him like an open book, Excali's gonna be able to get that clutch, get another round on the board for the side of Samurai. But at the same time, Chris, that round was super close. SK Rossi, he was not able to break his curse, getting a 4K for himself, but hey, he was able to do a lot of economic damage at the pyramid.
Oh yeah, and that was just a hero mantle play too. Consider that Samurai Esports were the ones who were having superior weaponry. It kinda just brings both the teams back to a similar pedestal in terms of economic advantage. Like, none of them have too much advantage of their own now. Samurai Esports have like, what, $1,000 spare in the bag, but it still won't give them too much advantage if they lose this one. Global Esports need to make this work now. They are also spreading up. Kind of like Samurai Esports, but it's not that big of a default because Global Esports have no presence towards the B side this time around. Which is something that Excali was able to exploit last time. He pushed up out of B, he got the backstab in the works. This time he's doing none of that. Samurai Esports still holding their ground.
Yeah, that's the problem of not having a sentinel on your side. Basically, not having any form of a cypher tripwire, kill alarm bot, or turret, or something to watch your flank. Can be a big detriment, but don't you think it's not gonna be a big detriment? It's gonna be the orbital strike, just spurred it upside into an open crispy chicken fry. But moving on down the line, that's gonna be Hellranger getting another kill for himself down towards the back end. This A side is now completely opened up. I thought that, hey, there would be a little bit more of a defensive move, but it's just not going to be happening for old SK Rossi. Once again, getting caught out by the smoke timing as he wanted to go in a little bit more aggressive, maybe get a forward position for himself. But in this 3-versus-4 situation with a couple of lineup plays that could be coming on down through, Wim's going to be able to spot on the first initial player, and you coming on down with the judge is going to be able to take down skills. And the round started so beautifully for the side of GE, ladies and gentlemen, but things are just not looking up. Blackhawk with the swing is going to be able to take down Hellranger. And that's going to be the even Steven scoreline that we were expecting coming on down through from the side of Samurai Esports, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to be able to bring it back from the brink of defeat. They're able to take it all away as well, because now is where the real fun is about to start. On this even Steven scoreline, who's going to be able to get that break point? Because the side of GE, they're on their last legs. We either need to go in for a choice now. Go in for an eco or go in for a complete force buy.
Last time a force buy worked simply because they had the hero handle. They were never really able to make their sheriffs work as well as Samurai Esports did. So that's one thing that Global Esports are, you know, they've been struggling with. They haven't been able to dish out too much economic damage without relying on SK Rossi.
Get out of my way.
Let's see what they're able to do this time around. Just a bunch of sheriffs, maybe some light shields. Samurai Esports, on the other hand, they had the disadvantage last time as well. And they were able to bring it back, even in that retake situation. They won the 4v3 round. And it was all on the back of Blackhawk and his shenanigans, especially with IQ on the judge. Oh, SK Rossi. No blade storm action for you, sir, as you will get denied by IonQ. Jet diff over there as IonQ continues to pop off. He dashes back, but Kappa's prepared. He's not blind anymore. And he finally brings it back. More to follow as Excali will wide swing him. Not going to be able to get the other one. And the sheriffs just do not pay off dividends like they do for Samurai. And Samurai have been more consistent with their sheriffs, especially Excali. Every time in an eco round, this guy just keeps on popping off heads, but Global Esports can't replicate that. And now, Samurai Esports have the lead.
Now,
Onto it
the
though.
lead in their favor, Grips. I feel as though this round is where all of the advantages and the disadvantages are going to be thrown on down to the table. It's either go big or go home for the side of global esports, because if they lose out here, not only are they giving away double digits, they're also giving away a massive economic lead down towards the side of Samurai. Yes, they can probably eke out a bye with a couple of half shields in their favor, but it's just not going to be enough. On that 11th round, you need to go in for that force buy. You need to try and make a play happen. But look at IonQ. He's pushing himself down forward with this operator, and this could go horribly wrong really quickly, or this could go beautifully for the side of Samurai Esports. But it all depends on Ion getting that first initial pickup. And with the footsteps being made towards the side of market, they're slowly but surely making that push happen. Slowly but surely making their way out forward, and Excali! No one's holding down B long, and Excali is going to be able to exploit that. Get a kill down on the Hellranger, and now you don't have a flash to go in for an execution down towards the other side.
Oh, but you don't need a
Spike down
flash,
A.
especially when you got Eskarossi deep inside enemy territory. Like in poor Gaba, he gets taken down by the orbital strike. Wasn't able to make his way through. They hustle through the utility unbothered, and Eskarossi peeks him. Nice jiggle peek and counter strafe as well. Saido still holding. He hasn't revealed his position, and he won't get to do much, especially with that Viper Spit online. Now this makes things a little bit more possible for the side of Samurai Esports. But the lockdown might just force all of them out of the Viper Spit. Spike has been planted. Can they actually go into this one? Lightning fast. Can he get away in time? Yes, he can't. Sai catches him off guard, and that's going to be the Viper Spit offline now. They don't have much to play with now. Skills are going to have to just keep on fighting. Doesn't even have the Molotov for a post-spawn lineup. He knocks down two. Burns Wimp. But it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a sad moment. But hey, he got the lineup kill, so I think that all the members of the side of GE, they're going to be happy in the long run. But at the same time, these matches are going on for so long as well here, Chris. Because just think of it like this. It was on an 8-4. Now it's on an 8-10. The side of Samurai and their defense is just so strong. And I personally feel as though it could be because of the Killjoy just being a thorn in the side of GE. They're not really able to stabilize themselves. They're not really able to go in for a lot of the executions that they want to. And they're constantly being shut down by the individual plays being pulled off by the side of Samurai. And they need to try and shut down Excali. If he's constantly going in for these aggressive pushes, send someone on that flank, send someone on that lurk. Not everyone needs to be here every single time. Yes, your composition is based upon execution, but send the Viper. The Viper just doesn't need to be there. Plays down her smokes, and tell her, be like, okay, go over to the other side. You can hold the flank, you can hold down the fort, and maybe go in for a kill. That's what they need to try and do, to maybe go for an execution play for themselves, but that's just not what's happening here. Side of Samurai Esports, they have too much map control in their favor, and now in this round, they're not even going for map control. And the side of GE, they're baited into thinking that they actually are.
Samurai Esports, they're just holding their ground. Global Esports also trying to spread out, do a little bit of default, but Eskarossi deep inside that angle will be able to get the kill on Wimp. Never expected him to be this deep, and that's the advantage that they needed. Now they've got to pick towards B. Do they go B or no? Will Global Esports continue to go towards A? The orbital strike has been committed, and Sai once again in a little bit of trouble will be taken down. This is the second time Sai has been taken down by Skills' orbital strike. It's just not funny anymore. And Global Esports go for a switcheroo. They have Eskarossi deep inside the B side already, and they take his via the teleporters, but Excali, he's not checked, and Blackhawk comes in through the smoke. The Lear will be able to get him one more kill, but that's all she wrote for him. Unfortunately, it's just IonQ left. He's not been having the greatest of game, but if there is a time to step up for his team, it is now.
Where he needs to make a stand, but with an operator here, Grips, I don't think that he can really pull this off properly, but he may be able to. But at the same time, look at what Skills is doing. He's like, I'm gonna go towards the side of Hookah. I don't really have to worry about anything. I got my bloody buddy lightning fast holding on down over towards his other sideline. Gets a beautiful ding down on the IonQ straight through that wall. Tags him down to 6 HP. Not really much to worry about. Jump beats around the corner. The classic right clicks are coming, and I'm just like, nope. This ain't happening. You ain't killing me with a classic right click. I have my pride, and I have my joy, my operator right on my side. And it's better to go in for the save at this point. He needs to try and survive. Go in for that dash. Just save that operator for rainy day. And with that, that's going to be the rank turn on the board for the side of GE, ladies and gentlemen. They're finally able to stabilize, and they're finally able to crack the code that the side of Samurai Esports have set up for them. But at this point, how much value are they really going to be getting out of it? Because they need to try and take it down to the 10th round and then send it over to the 11th to put a dent into the economy of the side of Samurai, because they have a lot to work with still. So if they lose out here, that's pretty much already over.
One thing that's been working really well for Samurai Esports is Sai and his positions in which he goes unchecked. Sometimes pushing out B long, sometimes just staying at the side and not just getting checked at all. This time Global Esports pulled off something off of Samurai's book. They tried to take control of the site first and then commit the spike over there rather than just doing everything right at the start. And Q gets marked. He's marked for death. Does anyone follow up? Does anyone try to come in? Nope. Just gonna force him back. At least they figured out where the operator is now, so maybe they can play around that information.
At the same time, they need to worry about Excali, because this guy has just been a massive thorn in the sides of all the members of the side of GE. Him being on this Reina is able to shut him down so beautifully. At the same time, all the members of the side of GE, they're taking it slow. I like that play, but at the same time, because you know for a fact that I hate it as well, because if you take too long for an execution, if you're not able to get that first initial kill, you need to have that little bit of a leeway, go in for that 45-second mark, go in for that 50-second mark, and then go in for that rush, and that's exactly what they're doing. But still, at the same time, Excali, he's gonna be able to go in for one kill, he's gonna be able to take down Kappa, dismiss out almost immediately. Eskiros is gonna be good for one, but IMG on the back end's gonna be able to shut down another one. He's looking for one more, but Excali's just a little bit too good. Eskiros, he's not gonna be able to survive for long. He's just going down through, and Excali straight through the Seekers is gonna be able to take him down to only 0 levels of HP skills. It's gonna be good for one, but he needs to try and survive, and he needs to try and go in for one more kill. Excali's gonna be going in for that beautiful jiggle swing and put a bullet into the skull of skills to take him on down out and send the Samurai Esports over to the 11th on the board. And they're gonna be more than happy, because now is where the real fun is about to start. Excali on a 27-15 on the scorecards, ladies and gentlemen. This guy is on fire on this Reina, and he is single-handedly pulling back all these rounds for the side of Samurai.
Yes, he definitely is on fire, and this fire is burning brighter than SK Rossi, who's sitting at 21 frags right now. Both these players, Excali and SK Rossi, basically hard carrying their teams, and it's almost like it's not even funny. Every time they're able to get into these positions, which are really unorthodox, and this time Sai was in a position where Excali needed to bait him out, and Excali was able to do so. He helped out Sai, helped him stay alive, and then he was able to get that quad kill to just simply negate all the advantage. Oh my god! Wimp needs a little backup! Excali does bring the trade back, but SK Rossi capitalized on the fact that Owl Moon was just used at the wrong time.
Good shot there.
Yeah, good stuff. Kappa exacting revenge. One Soa died, but the other one can bring it back. But this time, Global Esports, they're taking a little bit of slow peek. Oh my
god, he actually got the
goodness!
kill. He actually got it.
That is just ridiculous. But take a look at what Blackhawk is doing. He's on the verge of backstabbing them. If he can get over here quickly enough, this will be amazing. The two remaining players of Samurai Esports are also on the B side, which means they have a really good read onto this. And Kappa going for the drone at the worst time possible. Yeah, this just makes it even more clear that they are not aware about Blackhawk's backstab at all.
Just dive in. Oh, they're actually going to be able to get away from him. Blackhawk really doesn't get any value out of his play. So at the same time, my heart was racing so much. I could have become I could have had a heart attack almost, and I really would have been calling an ambulance at that stage. But it's completely fine. Blackhawk doesn't really get a lot of value out of it, so I'm going to be able to live through it and still cast the matchup for you, ladies and gentlemen, because now, in this 3 versus 3 post-plan situation, it is so crucial for the side of GE to win this one out. Otherwise, they are not gonna have a good day whatsoever. This is their only chance to try and bring it back to that even-Steven scoreline. No money on the side of Samurai Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2 people have enough to go in for proper buys, but just as I was talking about that, it's gonna be the side of Blackhawk getting that first initial kill. We know for a fact that Skill's holding down strong from the back end corner. He's gonna be good for 1. He's actually gonna be good for 2. Sai, he rams into the orbital strike by accident, trying to dodge out a couple of the shots from the side. Oh, skills and skills. He played that so beautifully, getting that flash play from the side of Elrage, and then getting that first initial kill down onto INU, then immediately swinging right to get a kill down on the side. Beautifully done from the side of Skill, ladies and gentlemen. And now, side of Samurai, they need to make that choice. It's either going for a force fire or going for the save, and the smart choice would be to go in for the save instead.
How many times has Sai died to that orbital strike? Thrice? 4 times? I've lost track. Definitely more than 3, I know that for sure.
5.
5! Okay, that's just ridiculous now. He's gonna be molding right now just at the very thought of skills existing. Sheriff's on board for the players of Samurai Esports. One Spectre in the hands of Excali. But take a look at where Excali is. He's on the verge of pushing out a hookah. And Rossi, really good shot on the side. Whip will be able to bring it back for now. But all the damage is not faced up yet. And
Finally,
Lakhs knew about it. He knew that Excali would try to push. But that's just a little problematic because even though the backstab has been taken care of, the other players are just simply failing to get entries on the A site. No problem, because at this point, we have Lightning Fast, who's already positioned himself towards the B site. He's going to signal the rest of his player the carry to spike over there, but unfortunately, Lightning Fast has to fight 2 players now. Yeah, they don't expect him to be towards Elbow. He might just be able to get a kill onto Blackhawk, catching him unaware, but then Ion Q will be activated.
They need to push. It's all up to Lightning Fast to get this first initial kill. If he's not able to find this, this is just not going to be working in his favor. Just go for a Lightning Fast. Go in for that swing. He spots out the player and he's going to be able to get a kill down on the Blackhawk. And that's going to be the side of GE, ladies and gentlemen. Going in for a beautiful entry down towards that beast. And it's all up to INQ to try and pull something off. But the footsteps are all around him. One on his left, one on his right. And Whip, yeah, he's at almost 0 HP because of that Viper Toxin Cloud. So yeah, he has nothing much to do. And that's going to be 11 run on the board, ladies and gentlemen, for the side of GE. They're going to be able to take it down over to that even Steven scoreline. And now it's going to be the point breaker, the tiebreaker that we were all expecting to come on down through from both of these teams. Will it be heading down over to another overtime? Or will it be the side of GE being able to take down the side of Samurai and force their economy into the gutter once again, and then go down over to their match point round with all of the advantages in the world? Or will it be the side of Samurai Esports instead being able to bring it on back, get this win for themselves, stabilize, and then go over to the match point round for their side? Because if they are not able to get this win here, Chris, I feel as though Samurai, they're done and dusted. There is no way they can win out on their semi-bye rounds moving forward.
Exactly. And Global Esports have been able to read what Samurai have been doing. They were able to do it in the last round, in the last map as well, on Ascent. But this time, they get the read onto them in the last few rounds, the most crucial rounds. And this is the worst time to get the read onto your opponents, because now your opponents don't have a chance to make a comeback. Samurai Esports, their tricks getting revealed this late into the game, which means they're going to have to struggle to reinvent themselves. And what's the definition of reinventing? They just don't play aggressively at all. They're just holding. 2 players in hookah, 1 more on the B side, only 2 defenders on A, which means if Global Esports hit the site right here and now, it should be an easy enough plant for them. In fact, Samurai Esports might even relinquish this entire site to them. Orbital strike and a Hunter's Fury at the same time. This will, for now, stop the plant from happening. But it's gonna turn into a little bit of a hustle, because there's only 30 seconds left. They need to go for this plant.
30 seconds left.
They have nothing to stop this plan. They should have used it in coordination with one another, because I feel as though there was a massive communication breakdown from both sides. The comms are just all over the place, but the gunfight is still going to be there. It's going to be win for the one end. It's going to be Excali and Blackhawk being able to chant in with a double kill for themselves as well, sending it down over 2-on-1 versus 4 situation. And now it's Hellranger versus the entire world, ladies and gentlemen. There is nothing that they can do, and with the Killjoy lockdown taking down one by one everyone from the side of GE, they were in panic. They didn't know what to expect. They didn't know what to do to try and bring this round back in their favor. Too many ultimates from the side of Samurai Esports to handle. Members of the side of GE, they were just sent packing. They were not ready for it. A lot of utility being used to stop out on this round, but this round was just so crucial that using all of that utility really did help them out in the long run. But at the same time, now they need to worry about the Viper Spit and also the Hunter's Fury from the side of Global Esports. Because now, if they get that plan down, it's pretty much over.
Yeah, if they get that plant down, that's a big if. Lightning Fast should be able to put that Viper Spit if they're able to stop the plants. And last time, Samurai Esports had to commit 3 of their ultimates in order to actually win that one. They had to commit the lockdown on Psy. They used the orbital strike on the green boxes on A to stop the plant. And then Wimp was just using the Hunter's Fury towards the truck side, just so that they could stop the spike plant from happening. What if they're not able to stop that plant from happening this time around? Then Global Esports have post-plant utility, and this will just make things worse. I do believe that Samurai Esports have what it takes to finish this game right here and now and push us into map 3, but then Global Esports, they're saving their strats. They show a little bit of presence on the A side, and now they're showing presence towards B. But the spike is still yet to come here.
This is going to be the first stall getting popped from the side of Kappa. He wants to try going for the kill. He's not really going to be able to find out much. Tags out escape Rossi by accident, but it's completely fine. Rossi needs to try and go in for that kill, but he's not going to be expecting it. Blackhawk instead, he was ready for that execution, he was ready for that play. It's going to be Excali trying to survive, trying to go in for the kill. His position has been revealed, the flashes are going to be coming out now as well. And Excali, he just needs to book, and he needs to try and survive at the bare minimum. But at the same time here, ladies and gentlemen, Lightning Fast, he made a beautiful play happen. He's going to be able to cover the entire side with the smoke, but it's actually not opting to go into it just yet. They need to try and go in for a play. They need to try and survive, but look at the whip, man. That recon bolt is just going to be on point. Excali pops the Empress, and he's hunting down a couple of more players. Lightning Fast versus the entire world. Excali gets a kill down on the Kappa. The smoke criminals are all there. Lightning Fast will he be able to go in for that clutch? 8 seconds left on the clock. Everyone is around him. They know exactly where he is. The plan's gonna be going on down through. INQ's gonna be able to go in for a face plant. And it's already done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. The side of Samurai Esports right at the very end. They were able to dig in deep. They were able to dig in hard. And they're going to be able to take map number 2 in their favor in a very beautiful fashion. This is the side of Samurai Esports for you, ladies and gentlemen. And right at the very end, they were not rodents. They were actual true samurais.
Yeah, this time samurais fight together like an army, and they fight together like a bunch of people who have nothing left to lose. Second last round, they committed almost all of their ultimates. The Orbital Strike, the Hunter's Fury, the Lockdown, all of that just to stop Global Esports from getting that plant. This time, Global Esports were forced to use that Viper Spit early simply so that they could get that plant, but it just does not matter. No, it doesn't. That Recon Dart is just so pixel perfect. It reveals two of the players. Both of them get shot down by the Viper, by the Viper Spit. And at that moment, everything starts to fall apart for Global Esports. Samurai Esports, it seems like we are going to be going into map number 3 after all. Let's take a look at these highlights because this match was just so close.
Yep.
We did not get to see an overtime, but this was better than that.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what to expect. I don't know what to break down. Both of these teams played their hearts out. But at the very end, at the side of Global, they just hesitated a little bit too much. Right at the very end, they had all the confidence in the world, but they kept on second-guessing themselves. They were overthinking things. At the very end, the side of Samurai Esports, they're like overthinking it as much as you want. We have Excali on our side, and he is looking for blood, and he wants to take you out no matter what happens, and that's exactly what he did. On that Reyna, 31 kills on this man here. Grims, this guy was having a field day, just shutting everyone down. And initially, I thought that the Reyna was not really going to be getting a lot of value because of the double initiator composition, but they were just not able to spot him out every single time. And Excali going in for flanks, going in for lurks, playing it so cheeky. This guy played the biggest mind games against the side of Global Esports, and he pulled out on top on all of them. Inside a Viper Spit, he was able to take down 2 players. 2 players, Crisp. You just can't do that unless you're a player of Excali's caliber. That's exactly the A game that he brought down to the table. And now it's going to be the side of Samurai moving on down forward and sending us over onto map number 3. And honestly, map number 1, an incredible showing of overtime. And in map number 2, which is actually better than an overtime. And even if it did go into overtime here, Chris, I don't know what I would have expected. If it was anything like we saw here on an 11 and 13 scoreline, would have been for a real treat, that's for sure.
Oh, it is a real treat. I mean, speaking of Excali more, usually we see Samurai Esports on their attacking side go for one of those more standard default spread outs, but this time that was just not the case. They were having more of their players positioned towards one of these sites, and then Excali was either lurking, or if he doesn't need to lurk, he's gonna pick up an entry towards B and then just create space for his team. Now, whether that entry fragger turns into a lurker later on or not, it really depends on whatever his team decides to do, but he was creating space for his team almost every time. And that's the most important part over here. 31 kills is no joke, let me tell you that. But it's not just Excali. I mean, he was getting all the frags and everything for sure. But the way his teammates just rotated around him, played based on his information. Every time Excali pushed up one of these areas and he does not spot anyone from Global Esports over there, his teammates figured out that that area is empty. They reinforce the other parts of the map where they expect the players of Global Esports to be. And that sort of coordination and just playing off of the back of each other for Samurai Esports worked in their favor this time around. Excali 31. I'm not even sure how I can appreciate this one. There are no words to describe how much impact he's created for his team.
Yeah, Excali, he's just on another level. But at the same time, look at Blackhawk, man. 337 ACS on a Brimstone? Yeah, you can't make that up. Blackhawk is just on another level when it comes down to his raw executions. He's just that good, ladies and gentlemen. But we got down the line as well with the stats being given to us. You can see that SK Rossi, he tried his hardest, but at the very end, he was just not able to pull off the impossible like Excali did. And hopefully he's going to be able to bring his A game down to the table when we do head on down over to map number 3. Because Split, honestly, I don't know how I feel about Split here, Crips, because it can go down to either teams. Both of these teams are very proficient here, but at the same time, do you know who's the most proficient there? It is gonna be the side of Global Esports, that is for sure. But hey, before we do head on down over on the map number 3, make sure to get yourself a can of Red Bull. You see that QR code down below on the bottom right side? Scan it right now. Get yourself a can of Red Bull. Get yourself energized. I'm gonna be getting my one for sure soon enough because I need to get pumped up for map number 3. Because if it's anything like map number 1 and 2, we are gonna be in for the long haul. That is for sure. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, also make sure to check down the links in the description below because we do have a monitor giveaway for you from the side of LG Ultragear. Get yourself that gaming monitor. Get yourself on gear because season 2 is also around the corner. Season 2 qualifiers 4. So make sure to go in and register for all of that jazz as well. All of the links are down below in the description. Check out our sponsors and see what suits your fancy for your next big upgrade. But for now, we're going to be taking a short break and we're going to be back real shortly with the LG Ultragear TEC Gauntlet Season 1, powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radiant. We'll catch you in just a little bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ultragear TEC Gauntlet Season 1, powered by W Black and AMD Ryzen rating. It's going to be your old boy, Aggressive, joined by none other than Trevs to bring you the third match of the day. And honestly, if it's anything like match number 1 and match number 2, I'm going to be running out of breath soon enough. So let's head on down over to the map veto screen and let's not keep anyone waiting, because both of these teams, they're going to be gunning for each other's necks. They want to pull that neck out and they want to cut them down piece by piece, because after what happened in map number 1 and the demoralizing defeat in map number 2, it's time for the side of Global to step up and bring the A game down to the table.
I don't know if A game exists anymore. I don't even know if B game exists anymore. These guys had plan A, B, C. Everything went down the drain. They had to reinvent themselves by the end of that match.
Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, you know how things go on in an Excel sheet. Once you reach row Z, it becomes AA, AB, AC, that kind of stuff, right? They have to run out of alphabets. That's the amount of plans that they needed to actually go through all of this. Now we're heading into split. Whatever strategy either corner had cooked up has been destroyed, and they're gonna have to start afresh. Let's take a look at the agent selections over here. Kappa going for a breach instead of Sova. Of course, I wouldn't expect a Sova to be picked up in split anyway. But then skills on Draze, SK Rossi on Jet as usual, Lightning Fast on Cypher instead this time around. All right. And Hellranger's opting for an Omen instead of your Astra or something. I understand. I mean, there's plenty of one-way smokes that you can abuse in split if you have an Omen player on your team. So no surprises over there. But on the side of Samurai Esports, we've got a Brimstone again. I believe they want to use that orbital strike again and again. Probably put it down in the rope room. Have that, whatever player is playing over there, have him just killed instantly. Or have him lured out. Surprisingly, no Sage picked up by either of these teams. So that's something that is completely out of the meta right now. Earlier, Sage used to be like so important on split, but now we don't see any of these teams picking her up.
I feel as though it's mainly because of the rise of Sky and, of course, Breach being a lot more potent on this map in particular. When you have that Breach, Jet, and, of course, the race combination, it just adds a little bit more flavor. But at the same time, I feel as though that Sage really does have a place if you don't want to opt to go in for the Breach style of play. If you want to run a Sky instead, having that Sage just allows for a lot more control potential in comparison, because when you have that Breach, the Breach does the job of the Sage really beautifully. You have those concussive shots, you have that folk line to just completely stop any sort of an aggressive push that could be coming on down through immediately, and that's kind of the job of the Sage. You put up a wall, you put up those slow orbs, and you change up the flow of the match, allowing your teammates to go in for proper rotations, get into position to go in for a lot of those gunfights. So Breach does the exact same job here, but at the same time, the fact that as you can already see, the members of Samurai Esports, they didn't opt to go in for that Sage, and they actually picked up the Sky. So in a way, I feel as though the Brimstone smokes are a way of alleviating some of that pressure, but I don't think it's going to work as beautifully as the side of Samurai Esports are intended.
Here we go, starting off. We have a little bit of aggression from both the teams on both the sides of the map. Skills tapping the orb, not really looking to do much. So Global Esports have control of B main, but Samurai Esports are looking to exploit mid to B. At the same time, they've left Sai as a lurker towards A. So what's the equation over here? Samurai go mid to B, but then Global Esports have B main control, so they know it can't come as a wrap. They have Excali and it's gonna be, I believe, Ion Cube, both of them very deep inside enemy territory. So this should mean that the rotations for Global Esports will be cut off, but they don't need rotations when SK is alone available over here. Wim finally brings it back, but the spike is headed upstairs, headed towards A Heavens. Now they're finally gonna go back down. The two remaining players, they avoid getting concussed somehow, but they need to win those fights towards screens. Lightning Flash is trapped over here, but Kappa wins those duels over towards screens. Really good stuff as he's able to retain some control of the map. Now the two remaining players of Samurai Esports have to go back. They want to challenge Kappa again after he's deleted 2 players already. Blackhawk will be forced to come back towards the site and hopefully play this retake. And 3 players surrounding him from 3 different directions. Kills with a nice burst. And he picks up the second one as well. Global Esports playing.
Shame. I love explosions.
They were able to play that beautifully there, trying to bring it back onto their favor, and that's extremely well done as well for the side of the defenders. And honestly, right at the beginning, I thought that Wim, did he disconnect? Because Skills just walked out and just slapped him in the face with the classic right click. I was like, Wimp, are you okay? Is everything fine? I do believe there could have been a technical difficulty, but it's all fine and dandy. This was just the first initial piss around, so no harm, no foul. You can just brush it off and keep on moving down forward over onto your eco round. Try and get a couple of kills, try and go in for that spike plan at the bare minimum to try and shut everything down. But at the same time, they need to be careful because I believe SK Rossi, yeah, he's looking to pick up that operator for himself. They need to try and shut him down really early if they want to try and alleviate that first initial operator right on round number 3, because if he gets that operator online, I don't know how they're going to be able to survive this. Shots are going to be going on down through, though. It's going to be Excali getting that first initial pickup. Beautifully done. It's going to be Sai on the back end being able to make that forward spike count. And all the members of the side of Samurai Esports, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to be able to shut everyone down one by one. And with that, things are looking up for the side of Samurai Esports, ladies and gentlemen. This force spike caught the entirety of Global off guard. They were not expecting this. They didn't know what kind of play will happen. And with that, they're going to be able to stabilize. They're going to be able to go in for a couple of kills. Lightning Pad's getting tagged down to only 19 HP in a dream. Not really much to work with. SK Rossi not getting any form of kills as well. He does get 1. He does get 2 though. SK Rossi! What is this guy? Oh, what is this guy doing? And right in the clutches of Repeat, will he be able to survive? Will he be able to try and go in for that clutch? And this is SK Rossi for you, ladies and gentlemen. He's gonna be able to tag everyone down. The Ruination is gonna be beautiful in his hand. And go in for those headshots, go in for those clean kills, and get all those plays happening for the side of GE, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you expect coming on now from the side of SK Rossi. And GE, they're gonna be holding strong and they're gonna be holding beautifully. And now, it's either the choice for the side of SK Rossi. Will he opt to pick up that operator, or does he want to play that full-out bonus with his buddies on his side? That's going to be the real question. And my buddy, he's just not here yet, so going to be holding it down strong, having a little bit of technical issues from the side of Preps. So let's just see. Moving on down the line. SK Rossi holding down a beautiful off angle for himself, going in for that swing, going in for a play. It's gonna be Blackhawk trying to test this luck just a tiny little bit by going in for a couple of pop shots with a sneak peek. But Lightning Fast, you just don't do that. If you want to go in for a swing like that, you're gonna be in a pretty tough spot. It's gonna be SK Rossi getting that first kill down on the Iron Q. Excali coming down through from the side of mid, being able to catch up off guard almost immediately. And this round going beautifully in the favor of the side of GE. Just going horribly wrong, but at the same time, it's going horribly wrong for the side of Samurai as well. Look at their HPs here. One's at 1 HP, and the other one's also at 1 HP. So at this point, they're all just 2 bullets away from being dead. Sai and Blackhawk, can they pull off the impossible when they have no HP on their arsenal? It's all about having that perfect off angle. It's all about having that perfect timing, but I don't think timing's going to be in their favor. Campa's going to be good for 1. And now, he's just going to be able to take down another one on towards the back end as well. Sai holding him down strong from his own angle. 17 HP. Not much that he can do, and that force by round works out so beautifully, but at the very end, crumbling under the pressure of SK Rossi, going in for those flicks and going in for those taps. It didn't hurt them a lot in the long run, and now Sai, Maybe he can get that spike one down. Maybe that could just be the silver
10
lining.
seconds
But
left.
my buddy, I don't think it's gonna be going down through for long.
Oh, Hellranger could have intercepted him. But no problem, he's gonna go and tab him peacefully while he's trying to go for the plant. Good stuff by Global Esports. They're able to win the first 3 rounds. They're able to negate the force buy from Samurai Esports as well. That is a lot of economic damage avoided by Global Esports. Sure, they lose out on quite a lot of players, which means they will have significantly worse weaponry than Samurai Esports this time around. But hey, that 3-0 scoreline, it's pretty good. And now that you've got an AWP onto SK Rossi, maybe you won't need those big weapons. Maybe you can make do with Spectres and Phantoms and Vandals. You've got 2 Spectres on Hellranger and Lightning Fast. They won't be upgrading, but everyone else will.
At this point, it's all about SK Rossi and his operator, and I'm very sure he's gonna be caught in for this play. He gets caught out by the jiggle though. He needs to be very much careful. He's going in for that swing. This guy has a little bit too big of holes, it seems. Yeah, I think if he just dashed out there, he would have survived. He would have gotten another kill for himself. But SK Rossi, yeah, he's just doing SK Rossi things. He can't really say anything.
Yeah, he got a little too greedy over there. So, yeah, not too many problems for Global Esports just yet. Split is one of those maps where if you lose a player early on, you won't get punished as hard as you would on a map like, let's say, Ascent or maybe like Breeze. So you can still play a 4v4. Flashes, blinding lights to be thrown in, paranoia, just to make sure that they won't get anything else. That one-way smoke could have been better, but the orbital strike clears out the heaven area. No problem though, because Hellranger is still very strong over here on the side itself. Gonna reposition to the other side. His teammates have joined in as well, which means this is gonna be a hard nut to crack. IonQ is gonna have to battle his way into this side, and it's gonna be near impossible because there's just too many players present over here. Sai gets a consolation frag, but I don't think he will be able to do anything else. Luckily for him, at least he's got the spike on his back, so he can maybe carry it forward to the other side, but I don't think he's got enough time to move towards A now. It's either save or just fight. And it's neither, he gonna die.
Why did that rhyme in a very horrible fashion? You sounded so sadistic when you said it. Wait, it's completely fine and dandy. That's gonna be another run on the board for the side of GE, ladies and gentlemen. They're gonna be starting it off strong. And I feel as though there's a reason why GE are very feared on the map of Split, and this is why a lot of the other teams constantly ban out this map in particular. This map, in general, is just as strong as their Haven. And when you consider Haven and GE, it's like a better love story than Twilight. So you gotta remember, GE is strong here as well. I'm very sure that the side of Samurai, they're gonna be in a pretty tough spot.
SK Rossi changing up his open positions. Last time he was in mid, this time he's on A ramp. And as soon as I say that, he's gonna highway back towards the B Heavens area where Kappa is also present along with him. And as soon as I say that, he goes back to it. Screens this time around. Okay, so he's just shuttling in between those sites wherever he thinks the executor is going to come through from Samurai Esports. But that's the neat part. Samurai Esports haven't really indicated where they want to go yet. They're still holding their defaults. 1 minute into the round and Samurai Esports have no real map control. They're just still spreading out. Now they're finding themselves to hit mid. There's a flash from Kappa, as you can see, and Skills both trying to pick up the kills on the back of it. Oh my god, but Excali catching them as he was trying to fall back. And this time he's got the big bad rocket. What to do? Escalasi, no, he misses. How on earth is he still alive? Finally, Blackhawk puts him out of his misery. But it's just lightning fast now. And his position has been revealed, and I don't think there's much that he can do. Can he actually do it, though? No, he cannot. Samurai Esports, on the back of Excali's timing, they're able to catch 2 players while they're trying to fall back. And that's just ridiculous. How on earth is Excali so good on that timing? He's able to spray transfer onto both of them really, really quick. Pulling out that showstopper to discourage anyone else from peeking. That is also really nice.
Honestly, I just want to highlight something here. SK Rossi going in for an aggressive play, that's completely fine. That is normal. But Excali double satcheled his way through the smoke, got a double dig onto Skills, and then immediately got another double dig down onto Kappa, who had his back turned. I am honestly amazed by the skill of these players, just being able to pull off beats like this every single time on a consistent basis. It's just something that should not happen. But at the same time, when you are players like Scally, you're just going to be ready for it. You need to go in for those plays to try and go in for a couple of wins for your own team. Now the side of GE, they're on the back foot. They're being forced onto an eco with Rossi holding onto an operator for dear life at the bare minimum. But at this stage, there's not much that they can do to try and survive, try and maybe go in for a couple of kills and stop this plan to go down towards that B side. That's all that they have. But skills, he's gonna be popping his own showstopper. Wants to go in for that kill, and he's gonna be able to dodge him out, get a double kill for himself. And now the side is gonna be pretty much opened on up. There's nothing that the side of GE can do to try and prevent this. And SK Rossi trying to go in for a play with the operator when he should be opting to go in for a save instead. A little bit questionable.
Yeah, definitely questionable. Not gonna be carrying that operator forward. That's a very expensive weapon to lose. I really feel bad for Skills though. Poor guy, he had the showstopper online, almost got the kill onto IonQ, but then IonQ dashed away. And then later, Skills flicked on to him, but he stopped. And at that point, I am 100% confident Skills literally ran out of mousepad space. Because the way his aim froze in the center of the screen before it was able to reach towards IonQ, I am sure he ran out of mousepad space over there. I've seen him play, and whenever he stops before he can reach his target, it just means that thing.
Yeah, you gotta feel bad for the players just at that exact moment, but at the same time, I gotta feel bad for Skills because he's gonna be in the receiving end of a lot of hurt. I was at the edge of my seats for just a second there because I was worried that maybe it could have been another execution rush coming on down through from the side of Excali. Skills, he's just not having a good day, man. A satchel in through from the side of Excali and the boombot now coming on down through when he was throwing out his own boombot. Timings are just not on his favor. Could this be a sign for GE to maybe switch things up and send Skills down over towards the A side instead, or make him hold down sight? Because him on the heaven angle could just not work out in their favor.
Usually Global Esports like to play aggressively towards A and B, towards extremities of the map.
You should
And
run.
usually the response from Samurai Esports to that thing is mid-aggression. But then Global Esports are not able to play aggressively towards A and B. You got Sai holding the A angles. You've got, I believe it is... Oh my
30
goodness,
seconds
oh my
left.
goodness. This rush, I'm gonna just cut my point over here and make sure that this one is taken care of. That rush was definitely stopped. That
What?
He's still concussed. How does he not get that kill? There's just so many weird things going on in this round that logic cannot explain. And it's just like with Fast and Eskerosi left all by themselves right now. Exchange of weapons. It's still 2v4, a difficult retake. Sai with the operator making things difficult, but
There's no Ion.
Rossi, he's gonna dash away to the other side. IonQ, he's just so sharp on the trigger. Tell me something. There were two things that were just a little weird for me. First of all, Global Esports were not able to play aggressively on the A and B side, not able to gather information like they usually do because Sai has been holding A, Wimp has been holding B. That kind of discourages them from peeking. And Global Esports know that Samurai have no other play but come through mid. So they were prepared this time, right? As soon as Samurai Esports, they reached B heavens, they start to trickle down into the site. Then comes the rolling thunder from Kappa. He blew everyone up. Literally everyone was concussed. But they still get the kills. How do Samurai get the kills after they've been hit by the rolling thunder? Slapped in that face with that big bad earthquake, but they still make it work. That's something that logic cannot explain.
I think it's because of the positional advantage, I would
Coming
say, because Wimp was half hidden, and I think Hellranger was holding a smoke in his hand when he was running forward, and maybe didn't see Wimp in that window.
That's just unlucky.
Yeah, it just kind of happens sometimes. I feel as though the communication from the side of GE that's taken a little bit of a downfall, and they are underestimating their opponents just a tiny little bit. They need to take a deep breath. They need to try and stabilize it. They need to be like, hey, guys, it's fine. We lost out on 3 rounds. Don't worry about it. On this eco round, let's try and bring it back. Let's, at the bare minimum, get 4 kills or 3 kills and try and bring it back in our favor, because now they need to get as many advantages as possible. Because look at the money of the side of Samurai, ladies and gentlemen. 7,600 credits for IonQ. He's having a field day, but he just sneaked past Hellranger. And they don't know where he is. IonQ, he's literally in spawn.
There's
Oh
one
no,
right
Hellranger,
behind
he's
them.
dead.
It's just so unfortunate. The timing, the luck, I don't know what you want to call it, but Hellranger just got played. SK eats that Seeker square in the face, but he hits them in the judge harder. 10 seconds left, and
10 seconds
Samurai
left.
Esports need to make a move. Kappa is just popping off heads with that Sheriff. How do Global Esports bring it back? Both these teams winning rounds that they had no business winning. First, Samurai Esports win the round after they got concussed by the Rolling Thunder. They got like 3 kills back to back, and now Global Esports do the same. Even after IonQ was able to sneak past Hellranger. I don't know if these teams are playing really well or if they're playing really bad. Because both of them are winning rounds that they're not supposed to win. So that's just a big question mark.
Honestly, at the very end of the day, I feel that both of these teams are getting super unlucky. But at the same time, one team is getting more unlucky than the other, and that's how it kind of cancels out and works in the favor of one. It's really weird now at this point. Like, all of these rounds are a little bit too much, I would say, execution heavy, and they're trying to play it a little bit more differently. But Excalibur, what was that freaking
whoa.
with the Vandal?
Oh my goodness, this is the fast one. Back in front to come in from Heaven, and Ed Skills, who's trying to get 2. He will be able to do that, but the site is still under the control of Samurai Esports. The spike hasn't been planted just yet, but it might just go down anytime now. Ultimates used, utilities baited out. He's gonna be forced out by that aftershock. Sai still holds an angle. Nade to make sure that he will be peeking skills, but they both trade frags with each other. Kappa brings it back. Global Esports are starting to hit the back right now, and it's just really difficult for Samurai Esports to make their way into these sites. Excalibur did a really good job of opening things up, but after that it just all came crumbling down as Global Esports just hold it down like an iron fortress.
I just want to know something. This entire match is literally like, what is happening? Why is this happening? Who is this? What is this? Like, the entire match is exactly that. Excali getting a beautiful spray kill straight through the smoke, getting his first initial kill. And then Skills just comes on down through from the side of Heaven, being able to shut down another player. And he was like full on walk spraying, and he got that second kill. I don't understand this, man. Like, this game is just full of stuff that I don't really get, but what I do get is SK Rossi going in for a beautiful collateral. Come on, clip that, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you get a little bit of hype in the chat, because SK Rossi, he just pulled up the impossible for you guys.
This is the third collateral of the day. We had MW1 hit one in the match before this. Then we had, I believe it was Lightning Fast with the classic collateral, and now another off collateral. This day just keeps on giving. Is it Christmas already? Kind of feels like Christmas.
It's a day for highlight reel. That is for sure. Hey, if it was a Phoenix, I think that I would have pulled out the punchline right almost immediately. SK Rossi, he's hunting for some more. He knows for a fact that Excali is right around that corner. And he positioned himself just a tiny little bit. The shots are going to be going on down through, but Excali gets flashed out by Wim. A little bit of an oopsie when it came down to the team playing coordination. It was just not there. He couldn't really go in for that swing just yet. But look at Hellranger's positioning. Rips. Just look at this guy. He's gonna be able to take down 2. He's gonna get away with literal murder, and there is nothing that the side of Samurai Esports can do about it. And with that, that's gonna be 7 on the board for the side of the defenders now, ladies and gentlemen. And they're making the difference happen right here and right now. Side of Global Esports, they're able to send it down to that 7-3 scoreline. And for the side of Samurai, sent over to another eco. And here at this point, they need to start stepping up. Otherwise, it could just be over for them.
Remember how I pointed out that Sai has been holding the A main corridor and usually Wimp holds B? Yeah, this round that did not happen. As a result, Hellranger is able to push deep into enemy territory. He's able to get behind the area that they would expect him to be. That's what happens when you give Global Esports the map control that they so desperately want. When they desire all this map control and it's given to them. This time, once again, there's nobody holding the A main corridor. No Sai present over there. He's going to be helping out his teammates on B main. I'm just surprised that Global Esports haven't pushed up A just yet, but that's completely okay because they've rotated quickly. Oh my god, another showstopper missed by Skills. That's a Rosa ult right there. And now Excali's got an ult of his own, and he delivers!
I don't know what's happening, man. Is this a synergy of skills at this stage?
It's a symphony of ultimates. Sometimes off-key, sometimes a symphony is a symphony. It just delivers. Sometimes it's a bunch of people just screaming, ah, hoping that the glass will break. You know, kind of like a Tintin comic.
Yeah, I do feel that here because this entire game has just been a roller coaster of emotions. We're trying to analyze,
30
we're trying to
seconds left.
predict, but our predictions are not going to be getting through to the players because these players, they're pulling off the impossible every
Spike
single
down,
time. It's
B.
going to be a scare Rossi with that first initial skill. Lightning Flash just spots out 2 players. He says, Peekaboo, I see you, but he doesn't go in for the kills. He's going to be able to survive. He's going to be able to go in for those shots. And Scally gets away with another one.
10
And
seconds.
Blackhawk,
10 seconds left.
he's gonna be able to take down another one for himself.
No!
Lightning fast, stuck in an impossible situation. He just needed to wait for the plan. He just needed to back on off, and
Last
Blackhawk
round
holding
in
down
the
that
half.
corner beautifully. He's gonna be able to shut down another player.
I really feel that Samurai Esports were not supposed to win this round. Blackhawk and Excalibur were the only ones left. The moment Lightning Fast saw them on the
That was
staircase
sweet.
to heaven, he fell back instead of fighting them. He knew that
Yeah.
time isn't really in their favor. All he needs to do is stay alive and delay the side of Samurai Esports as much as possible. Lightning Fast exits that area. SK Rossi takes his place. He gets a kill with the op. That brings them to an even worse situation. Samurai Esports really at this time had their backs against the wall, but then Global Esports keep on fighting them when all they're supposed to do is just play for time. And Samurai Esports win those duels. They're able to win the round. A round which they had absolutely no business winning. And now they're up at 7-4. Potentially a 7-5 if this round goes in their favor, but Skills has a sure shot weapon in his hands. One that definitely will give him something. Uh-oh, he's been concussed. Luckily the judge doesn't require that high rate of fire. He's revealed his position, no problem. Oh, how does he get away with that?
Start. You should run.
He actually survives and deals that much damage to one of the players. Absolutely murderous skills. He's gonna be able to go in for one more. Lightning Fast wants to go in for that spray, but that spray is just not gonna be good enough. Instead, it's gonna be Wim getting that kill for himself on Kappa. He's gonna be that deciding factor. Has a rolling thunder as well. Troy gets straight towards the angle of sewers. He does get the stun out, so in a way, I would
Look
say
at
yes, it does work out, but at the same
Blackhawk.
time, it's not gonna be working out.
Look at Blackhawk. He's so
Oh my
much.
god. Oh yeah, it's gone.
I thought he would actually hold his trigger, you know, be a little more disciplined, but he actually just pulls the trigger whenever he sees the chance. But he's able to get into deep enemy lines, and that allows Samurai Esports to go for the plant. Now it's going to be up to SK Rossi and Hellranger. They got to make this work. There's barely any utility left on either of them. SK Rossi still has his Cloud Burst, but I don't think Hellranger has anything left. Maybe a Paranoia? I got to see that. Yes, he does have the Paranoia. He can actually make this work now. Both of them are still trapped towards the backside. Ion Cube playing contact. This Paranoia will get both of them. He's putting down Cloud Burst to keep himself alive for just a second, but SK Rossi lines them up!
I think today's the day of collaterals, man.
Yeah.
Like, we're getting clips all over the place, and make sure to go over to Instagram right now and follow TEC there, because all of these clips are gonna be there. We're gonna be posting pretty much everything here, ladies and gentlemen, because this entire set, not just this match, was an entire highlight reel by itself. We can get like what, maybe 2 hours worth of footage just from the players just popping off all over the place. A symphony of skills, a synergy of skills. It's just all there coming out from both of these teams, and that's exactly what you would expect. And now with another pause going on down through for the side of GE, they want to try and close this out as fast as they possibly can. That's why they're really taking this time out. And they know for a fact that, hey, let's make the side of Samurai Esports overthink themselves. Because imagine it like this. We know for a fact that Samurai is a team. They love to play momentum based. They love to play it aggressive. But if you cause them to overthink their strategy, they start to falter. They start to make mistakes. And that's exactly what the side of GE wants you. So going in for this tactical pause was really smart from there.
Yeah, the tactical pause really does help them, but I love the fact that you touched upon the fact that they're a momentum-based team. You see how they were able to just play nice and methodically in the first few rounds, and they were actually winning all those rounds. Like, we had Global Esports run away with a 4-0 lead, and then Samurai Esports brought it back to 4-3. Those 3 rounds came because they were playing slowly and methodically. We had Sai and Wimp holding down the extremities of the map while everyone else worked on mid. It denied Global Esports the map control that they needed. And once that stopped happening, Global Esports were able to get into these awkward positions from where they were able to shut down Samurai Esports in all sorts of brutal ways. Of course, Global Esports also had their fair share of boo-boos, especially on mid, with both the Razes just doing random stuff which really cannot be explained in words, to be honest.
Okay, but if it works, why fix it?
Yeah, if it works, it works. I mean, Skills had a little array of Rosa ults. Excali's
Hicka ults,
ultimates
you
were
mean.
delivering. Hicka ult? Okay, I mean,
Okay, it's a terminology. Basically, Hiccup is more of a ult than Rosa, so everyone just named it Hiccup ult if we consider
but
things to be
but
here.
but it's okay. I'm gonna call it the Rosa ult nonetheless. It's okay.
Yeah.
Hika hasn't missed his out whenever I was casting his game, so maybe I haven't seen it personally just yet. So let's see. Either way, that little bunch of rounds on mid, but both the teams were just exchanging frags back and forth, letting players pass. And so many times Samurai Esports were able to get into backlines. Like there was this one round where IonQ was able to walk past Hell Ranger. There was this one round where Blackhawk was able to get to its screens. Twice actually. How does that keep on happening? That kind of stuff is really good from Samurai Esports, where they're able to get deep inside enemy territory without the enemy even finding out. So if Global Esports is able to replicate something like that, if they're able to get into these positions where Samurai don't expect them to, maybe get into these backstabbing positions, that would be great. But oh my lord, Sai! Bring back the highlight reels, ladies and gentlemen, because this one's a nutcracker and a dome cracker at the same time. Just tapping away with the classic at that range as they try to walk out of that cyber cage. And the remaining players have been revealed as well, courtesy of the alarm pot. There's not much that they can do at this point.
Yeah, try and maybe go in for a couple of kills, but they're not even gonna be able to find that. Excali just tapping away at the bodies. Gonna shut down Hell Ranger, riddling him with those bullets. And now Kappa versus the entire world. He wants to go in for a couple of shots, but he's not gonna be giving anything away towards him. That's gonna be 8-5 on the scorecards, ladies and gentlemen. And honestly, Sai, come on, man. These guys have families back at home. You just can't do him like that through a smoke with a classic. Like, come on. How do you fix?
And it's not even like he was spamming his bullets, right? No, he was just
Yeah, he was systematically
calm,
tapping.
composed. Exactly.
He was playing a musical there.
I mean, we have been speaking about symphonies all day long, so why not?
Yeah, that is Sai for you, ladies and gentlemen. On that Killjoy, slow, methodical. That's exactly what a Killjoy should be. She's a scientist after all, and Sai, he's able to play her beautifully at time once again. He's playing a song for us. Down towards the back end, and all the members of the side of G are like, hey, if you don't want to hear that song, Sai, you can do whatever you want. You're not gonna push it out just yet, but you know who is gonna push? It is gonna be Excali, throwing out grenades left, throwing out grenades right. He's just gonna be going for shots all over the place, getting a lot of information for his own teammate down towards the other side, and it's gonna be IMQ getting the first initial kill down over skill, has only 7 bullets left on his magazine, so he needs to back on off, maybe go in for a play, maybe go in for a swing. He's gonna be able to spot a lightning pass though, get another kill for himself, and with that, once again, it's Hell Ranger and Kappa to maybe go in for a clutch and maybe eke out a couple of kills to maybe give them a small bit of advantage, but at this point, considering their HP and they're going up against Excali, things could be difficult, but Kappa? Yeah, maybe. This round could just be a clutch. Oh no. Okay, I called it.
That dark cover allows Hell Ranger to move in towards the dark lane and also, if he wants, move over across it where he will be facing Blackhawk. But the timing, it's good. Blackhawk doesn't see him. Wimp now has to force himself into the smoke on the back of that guiding light, but he's going around the other side. The flash from Kappa was good enough for a second, but Wimp is able to swing wide. Hell Ranger inside the sky smoke, knows exactly where his enemies is. Paranoia won't really stop Blackhawk, but he's sticking it. Oh my god, he's actually sticking it. Hell Ranger, you gotta peek. You gotta do it now. No!
He actually gets away with the ninja dance. Well,
I mean,
pros don't fake.
Yeah, that's the only explanation. I thought Hell Ranger really would be aware of this. And it's not even like he tapped the bomb, half defused, let it go, and then fight, and then go again. No. Stuck the whole thing. All of it.
C9 Gopi for a reason, man. This guy, Blackhawk, he just knows what to do and when he needs to do it. He's like that anchor for the side of Samurai Esports for a reason, and he can exactly see why he's cool under the pressure no matter what happens, and he's gonna be able to bring his A game down from the table every single time lightning fast. So this time around, it's gonna be going in for a couple of those cheeky cyber cages to maybe go in for a fast play for himself. Shots are gonna be going on down in, but Escape Rossi, he has not been founded. Can easily walk up towards this B heaven angle. He could just get away with murder here, Crips.
Wimp did not see him. Wimp was on the rafters. He was supposed to stop anyone from B-Heaven from coming through. But SK Rossi now behind enemy lines. You're gonna need a private Jack Ryan to actually pull this off. Can he actually get a couple of kills? Because Kills hasn't engaged yet. Nobody's coming in, and now SK Rossi strikes from the shadows, gets both of them. Can he get a third? IonQ in a little bit of trouble. Skills comes into the rescue. IonQ will be able to take him down, but SK Rossi finishes what he started. This time upgrading to a Vandal.
And this is what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when your Sky doesn't check every single nook and cranny. And it feels as though Whip, he's just not having a good day. Previously on the map of Pine, it was the Owl Road missing out SK Rossi, and he just walked straight in, got 2 kills, and got the round win for the side of GE. And that's what's happening again, this time around against the Wolf. Like, SK Rossi, how do you do this? Whenever I'm in my matches, even if I'm in the most awkwardest corner in the entire world, somehow the Owl Drone or that Wolf always finds me. I need to know, man. Tell me your secrets.
But Global Esports pulling off something out of Samurai's book. Like, we've seen IonQ and sometimes even Blackhawk get into deep enemy lines without Global Esports finding out. And I was like, how did Global Esports not find out? Now I know how, because Samurai did the same thing. Oh, he's reloading. SK Rossi wants to be aggressive on the back of this. What? To the other side. And he doesn't care. He doesn't want to fight. He just wants to take this position. He knows that his teammates will follow up on the back of him. The paint shells don't really do much. Blackhawk now engaged in a battle against Skills. And Skills is able to tag down Escali as well. Kappa's aftershock finishes them off. How does that happen?
Okay, that's just a little bit sad, man. That's so sad.
You gotta be super unlucky to get tagged by Skills and then bagged by Kappa like that.
No, listen. Remember when people were saying that, hey, the aftershock has been nerfed, Breach's aftershock is not that good anymore? That's one of the main reasons why I see that the aftershock actually got buffed. It can deny an area for a solid 4 seconds. 4 seconds of you not being able to go back into cover. Previously, you can stay inside of that cover, and yes, you could die out almost instantly. But those short bursts just cause so much damage, and in a way acts like that pseudo flash that disorientates the enemy if they want to go in for that swing.
Exactly.
So
and
Breach, that's been buffed so well.
And the whole point of the aftershock was never to get kills in the first place. It was always to get enemies out of those positions. But now that the damage activates a lot faster, all these players who are low on health can get picked off.
And the fact that Kappa's playing this so beautifully as well, using his aftershocks to clear the angles where the defenders could try and hide out into. Things are looking up, but once again, SK Rossi, he's just walking down into sidelines, and he's just making that play happen. But Scally just backs off at the worst possible moment. Maybe he could have gotten a kill down on the SK Rossi if the stars did align for him, but he really didn't want to take that chance. He just wants to play it slow, he just wants to play it smart, but at the same time, Wimp is on the back end of side with his buddy Excali holding on from the side of top. But the smokes, they're just not here yet. Smoke is going to be coming on down, and finally Blackhawk is going to be able to give that level of defense for the defenders. But at the same point, look at Kappa. He throws out the Rolling Thunder, and now the execution is just about to start. Ooh, poor Skills.
Goodness, Samurai Esports, even after all that, it is not able to make it work. And they're getting all the kills. Samurai Esports have stacked up this B site. They need to win these fights. Excali can't get away in time as Lakhs Fast is able to bring it back to a 2v2. Neurotrap will reveal the positions of everyone else. They know SI is. They figured out where the last player, IonQ, is also as well. Now the duck cover will block out the side.
Oh my god.
Will be rendered irrelevant in this fight. Alarm bot will force them back into the site, but the crossfires are just simply not present by Global Esports. It's just Lightning Fast left in a 1v2. And both of these players are the kind of players that can cover ground really well. Sai will be able to win that duel, and that is Samurai Esports bringing it back.
10 and 7 on the scorecards, ladies and gentlemen. Both of these teams are just going neck and neck, but you do need to remember that it is going to be the side of Global having double digits in their favor. That's going to be the only silver lining that they have, other than the fact that they have a lot of economy in comparison to the side of Samurai Esports. But still, hey, this was a massive stabilization round for them. They're still going to be able to go in for those semi-buys at the bare minimum, go in for a couple of Bulldogs. And as you can already see, the side of Samurai Esports, they're not in the best of places just yet. They need to win out on one more round, just one more round to try and bring themselves back on a proper foothold to try and take it down to that 10 and 10 you can see them score. Will they be able to do it? It's going to be the real question because the side of GE, they're not really letting off the steam just yet. They just need to dig deep, take that 11th round, and send the side of Samurai Esports.
They can actually send it back in. Flashes exchange back and forth. Down level to make sure that the players inside of the heavens will be not able to do much, but that showstopper gets stopped by the fault line. Good stuff as Samurai Esports. They're not able to find anything, and Global Esports avoid quite a lot of damage. And from the shadows gets committed. We have the rays flying in. So much ground covered by Global Esports. This lockdown though, it can't get destroyed just yet. So all the room that Global Esports had bought for themselves just now will be
Spike
denied
down A.
as the spike has been dropped. 2 players have been detained, and the Orbitals tried to clear out the corners that were not covered by the lockdown. He doesn't get anything else though, but Global Esports still have a little hope. Eskerosi can retrieve the spike, he can fall away. Oh, and he doesn't get caught by Excali. He's retrieved the spike, wants to take this fight. Peek me, says Eskerosi. But there's only 30 seconds left. Samurai Esports do not need to fight him.
30 seconds left.
This guy's just toying around with his fool right now. He's still the other angle. While he's looking in the other direction, Excali will peek. He just has an innate sense of timing. Exactly. He knows when his enemy will be at its most vulnerable.
Yeah,
You gotta admit.
Excali.
You gotta admit, both the sides did really good stuff. Global Esports, they used the Omen's ultimate. They also used the satchels on skills to get deep inside A, and they were almost about to plant, but that lockdown came through. And once it's been committed, once the lockdown has been committed, you have neither SK Rossi nor Skills nor Hellranger in position to get up on that high ground and break it. You were forced to get inside the corners. Corners where you would have been vulnerable. 2 players got detained too. And then the Orbitals tried to clear out the one corner of the site, you know, the dark cover area. Oh no, SK Rossi!
Poor Rossi. Oh, maybe he can go in for a kill? Maybe? He's just not gonna find it, but he has 2 knives only. He can't go in for right clicks anymore. Rossi, he's stuck in a very bad predicament.
I mean, he's so deep inside enemy lines, nobody can rescue him. Nobody can help him out. He's on his own. His teammates can't even follow up.
Yeah, it's a go big or go home situation for him. And now he doesn't have knives as well. Is it safe to say that we can resurrect? Maybe we can like erect a grave for SK Rossi? Or is he actually gonna be able to rendezvous with his teammates? Is that actually gonna happen? Are you serious? He gets away with it. No.
Oh my God.
He's not gonna get away with it. Blackhawk. Yeah, just Blackhawk doing Blackhawk things. He's looking for his ace. He's just chilling. He has his Stim Beacon ready. He spots out the player. Oh, come on. You're supposed to get that kill. You're supposed to let me hype it up just a tiny little bit. But at the same time, hey, lightning fast is lightning fast. He's going to be able to shut down Blackhawk. And at the very end, it is going to be Sai coming on down in, getting that last kill down on lightning fast to take him on down out. But hey, in the long run, it's completely fine, ladies and gentlemen, because the 4K curse is now going to be shifted over towards the side of Blackhawk instead of Rossi.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Because SK Rossi was so deep inside enemy lines, Global Esports, that's the only thing that they could focus on. And I'm pretty sure that there was a little gap in communication because SK Rossi was not supposed to go that deep into a place where his teammates can neither follow up on the back of his aggression nor they can rescue him out. So they were just all focused on SK Rossi. They were hoping that he would be able to make a play. But while they are focused on SK Rossi and his position, they forget that Samurai Esports themselves can also make a couple of plays. Namely, Blackhawk.
Oh
no! No. Excali gets double peeked. Make it triple as SK Rossi this time wants to make his aggression work. And he's in a great position. The shot misses. The skills. This time he won't be able to. This time he will be able to connect the showstopper. It won't be a Rosal this time around. And Global Esports have the advantage. IronQ still has his operator online, but SK Rossi has a better position on him. Really good stuff. Global Esports are in cruise control of this round. There's really no way that they should lose this out to Sai.
Yeah, but at the same time, we should never say that because Sai has pulled off incredible clutches over and over again. Against Rossi's operator, things could just be difficult. Rossi's not gonna get that first initial kill, and this is why I said you should not count out Sai just yet. Gets a beautiful takedown on the Hellranger. And now they're gonna be throwing everything out of the kitchen sink at this guy. They know for a fact that they need to pull out all of the stops. They cannot let him get down into the side quickly enough. Ladies and gentlemen, the clock's just ticking on down. Lightning fast on the left, and it's gonna be Hellranger on the right. They're just playing with their food right right now inside. He's just hunting them down. He wants to try and go in for that kill, but it's like, really fine. I don't need to go in for it. Hellranger goes in for that swing. Gets a dink on the head and a shot on the body. Take everything away and get 3 on the board for the side of GE, ladies and gentlemen. And this is GE for you. 11 and 9 on the scorecards with their backs against the wall. Finally, they're able to take it all away and bring it back onto their side. But at the same time, when you consider the terms of eco, all the members of the side of Samurai Esports, they're in the perfect spot and they're able to do their best every single time.
Yeah, both the teams are not doing so well economically. This could be the round that dictates which one of these teams wins the entire game. If Global Esports win it, that's gonna be match and series point for them. If Samurai Esports win this, they will have successfully broken the camel's back, and then Global Esports will be back down the economic trenches, forced to find their way up. And I don't think it's gonna be that easy.
Oh no.
The
Oh no,
doesn't
gonna check
detect
Excali.
Nobody sees him! How on earth?
Spike down.
At
B.
least SK and Kappa are able to bring it back, but that orbital strike kills Blackhawk.
Headshot. Hawk out.
At least he was able to get his orbital strike before he finally went down.
Just want to highlight that boom bot
Spike planted.
went around the pillar and then caught skills.
One
That
enemy
one
remaining.
boom bot. What? A wolf?
There's so much unorthodox stuff
Save
happening
me,
in this
please.
game.
Please save me.
This is just so ridiculous. You had a Boombot kill and a Tiger kill in the same round. Have you ever seen this before? Aggressive? Because I certainly haven't.
One
mean,
year
let's-
of casting Valorant,
And all that
and
experience
one
got
year
for nothing.
watching this, I don't know, man. Like, what is this? What is happening here? A boombot kill. Initially, the boombot was supposed to clear out the left-hand side. Didn't clear it out. Excali got 2 kills. The boombot literally went all the way around the world. Somehow got a kill down onto skills. And then a wolf kill onto Kappa. What is happening here? Save
Yeah.
me, please.
Like, at least Blackhawk was able to put the orbital strike down before the Boombot took his life away, but that orbital strike counted for nothing. All this unorthodox stuff, it just keeps on happening in this game, and none of the players know how to react to it. I'm pretty sure that Wimp had no idea he will be able to get a kill with this Tiger like that.
I don't think we as casters were expecting any of this. Forget the players at that point. Like, we're watching this from a bird's eye perspective. We're watching with wall hacks on our side. And we still are like dumbfounded that all of this is happening. That's how incredible these two teams are, ladies and gentlemen.
In Hindi, this is what I would call a paisa vasool game.
Could be.
Well, that's a team that isn't really here anymore, but their vibe still lives on.
Yep. Truly. But still, hey, ladies and gentlemen, back at home, as you are still waiting and with the tactical pause going on down through from the side of Samurai Esports, I would like to remind you of the deals that we have set up for you down in the description below. And as you are checking out the deals as well, make sure to click on the link for the giveaway because LG Ultragear is giving away a free gaming monitor for you all. So make sure to head on down, enter down into the giveaway, and if you're lucky, hey, you could just get your hands down on an LG Ultragear monitor. So let's see who's gonna be lucky. But at the same time, now let's see who's gonna be lucky from these two teams because it feels as though it's a game of luck at this point. There is a lot of luck, and there is a lot of skill as well. So let's see who's going to be able to chime on down through and finally be able to break that chain. Because now they need to try and make that difference. This is going to be the last buy round for the side of GE. They don't really have a lot to work with whatsoever. Rossi's going to be going in for that hero vandal play once again. Will he be able to pull it off here? That's going to be the real question.
He's been fairly successful before. But he won't be really successful if he goes for one of those hero plays and getting deep inside enemy territory where his teammates can't follow, yeah? It can't be one of those rounds. They just can't afford to do that. Not really keeping their aggression towards rope room a secret. In fact, they deliberately give out sound cues and then fall back towards mid, which is going to keep Sai anchored on that A heaven area. He still thinks that there could be some aggression through ropes, but that's just really not the case. They're letting SK Rossi creep up into B heavens, and the rest of them are going to hit B main, where Wimp is going to be first contact.
Honestly, Wimp, he's in the perfect spot to make something happen. But once again, the hero vandal comes in strong. It comes in clutch. But Wimp,
Oh my God.
Phantom is just way better. Just look at Wimp, man. He's just systematically tearing them down one by one, piece by piece. Wimp has the off angle. He's gonna be going for one. He's looking for his ace. And Wimp, come on, get it for me. Ace for the side of Wimp 23, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you make things happen. That's how you make a play work out. And for the side of Samurai Esports, this is the second win that they needed. And this is the breath of fresh air that's gonna tear down the walls of the side of GE and probably send the side of Samurai Esports packing up towards the upper brackets, while they send GE heading back home over towards the lower bracket instead. Who's gonna be able to clutch it out here at this point? Because honestly, both of these teams, their backs are against the wall. 11-11 on the scorecards. The nerves have to be on them. Their hands have to be shaking. But they still need to keep on shooting here. If they give up for even a second, it's just not gonna end well.
I need a moment of silence to just take in everything that happened. SK Rossi was making contact towards B Heavens. The rest of his teammates, they were supposed to go for one of those plays where you just start shooting with the sheriffs and then hope it works out for you. Hellranger shot his flashes just to make sure that Wimp is forced to fall back, but you know what he does instead? He's already way ahead of the curb. The flashes hit his back. Wimp has his eyes open and his hands ready on the trigger. He pulls it, gets all 5. 11-11.
Beautiful crosshair place.
Now, the crosshair placement was always great, but what's better is the timing of his attack. Now it's 11-11. Both the teams on equal footing. What's going to happen now? None of them really willing to make the first move, as all of them are just holding passive angles, hoping that the other team overextends and makes a mistake.
But they're not really going for it. The entirety of GE, they're playing so slow, and this is so unorthodox as well, because you'd expect them to, with their composition, with their backs against the wall, the fact that they have the Rolling Thunder on their side, they have the Neural Death, and they have the knives from the side of SK Rossi to just go in for a fast rush, but them spreading out so much, I don't like this, Trips, because things could just go horribly wrong here.
Well, things have been going wrong, honey. Right from round 1.
What?
It's been happening all this time. Now Global Esports, they converge upon A Heavens from the rope room as well, which means the rotations will be delayed. Sai has been pushed back all the way towards screen, where his team and IonQ also lies in wait. Blackhawk, unfortunately, has been picked off. Hellranger was still lurking towards mid, and now they're going in. The defender, Killjoy Lockdown, has been destroyed. How did Hellranger survive that? He gets a kill too. He picks off one player while he was lurking. Now he gets back into the side, and he's prepared with the frags. Global Esports, they got taken down in the worst manner possible in the previous round, but they might just be able to bring it back this time. Wimp with an ace. Can he deliver once more? Excali's position has been revealed. Nades will clear out the corners, which nobody is present in. And everyone in Global Esports is playing on the side. They do not want to take any risks. They know that none of the players on Samurai Esports have AoE utility. So they're going to just clump up together and hope for the numbers that it works in their favor, and all of them peak at once. It's a firing squad. Global Esports at match series point, but I really can't count Samurai Esports out just yet. I can't count them out. I just cannot. Do they have money? Yes, they do. They have just barely enough money. Wimp can drop one. IonQ can play on the operator. Unfortunately, he doesn't have his Blade Storm available. He just used it in the last round. So one of these players is going to have to downgrade to a Spectre or something. Maybe a Bulldog too.
Bulldog, yeah. I think the Bulldog from the side of Sai would be the only saving grace for Wimp, but here, I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel. Both of these teams have me at the edge of my seats. I'm trying to analyze something. I'm trying to go in for something positive. I'm trying to go in for a prediction play, but it just isn't gonna happen. Not just yet. IonQ and his operator does get spotted out by skills with a boombot, so they know for a fact where the operator is gonna be holding down at. And also consider something. We see a Rolling Thunder in the hands of Kappa still. They didn't use it in the last round, so on this final round, on the final legs for the side of GE to try and close everything out, because honestly I have a bad feeling. If this goes down over onto overtime here, I feel as though GE is gonna lose, no matter what happens.
Excali needs one kill to get his showstopper online. Can he get it in time? The rotations from Samurai Esports
Oh, no.
are in
Oh, no.
time. They're trying to come into his DA side, but the Rolling Thunder will keep them at bay for now. Excali's been killed. That means no more Showstopper available for them. Sai trying to be cheeky inside that dark cover.
no.
Ion tried the same, but Lightning Flash will punish him. Even Skills will be able to get the better of him. Global Esports bring it back. It was labored. It was difficult. But Global Esports, after having so many setbacks, are able to overcome them all. And they take this series 2-1. Oh my god. This series indeed had me on the edge of my seat. I have no idea how stressed these players would have been. You know, a couple of years ago, there was this meme floating around that scientists have invented this one device that powers an entire town based on stress. Yeah, you plug that device into the veins of these players and it can light up the entire city.
Yeah, I think that if we get plugged in, I'm pretty sure that we are going to be able to light up the entire country. That's how stressed we were trying to go in for this casting, ladies and gentlemen. And honestly,
Yeah, like
these
we
two
were stressed.
teams- yeah, we were very stressed. Like, you could hear it in our voice. The emotion was coming out so well. And this was the best game of Valorant that we had in a really long time. That is for sure. But let's head on down over to the match to get a bird's eye view of not just this match, but also this entire set to just see what really happened here. Because this was just a roller coaster of emotions, a lot of utility being thrown out left, a lot of utility being thrown out right. But at the very end, it felt as though the side of Global Esports, after they took those two tactical pauses, they added about 5 to 6 different strategies to their book. And at the very end, those strategies are the ones that got them the win, to change up the momentum and break that even-Steven scoreline that we were expecting to come on down through from both of the sides. Samurai Esports, they played admirably, they played beautifully, and there is absolutely nothing that I can say bad about them. Yes, some points they were playing it a little bit too solo, they were over-aggressing a lot of those corners, they should have just backed on off, used their utility to go down to better positions, but it's completely fine. Sometimes you make those mistakes, sometimes your opponents are just going to play it even better, and that's what the side of Global Esports did here. And for Samurai, it's just a heartbreaking loss. I think that if this was a best of 5, they maybe could have seen the side of Samurai Esports win, but in a best of 3, I feel like the Global, they just had the advantage right there on just one singular map.
Yeah, but that advantage was also so difficult to get. I mean, there were so many rounds that Samurai Esports were cornered with their backs against the wall, but they still punched through. And it's not on the basis of their own individual skills. It's because Global Esports keep on making these mistakes and Samurai are just so good at punishing it. Global Esports was able to take that nice 4-0 lead, but after that, it all started to go downhill as Samurai Esports was able to make that mid-control work for them, sing for them time and time again.
And at this point here, how much more can you expect down through from the side of Samurai? Do you want to go in for a different play? Do you want to try and tell them to try something a little bit more different? But they were just having such a rough game here. Looking at the end game stats here, SK Rossi with 30 kills, 363 ACS as well. Like, dude, this guy was on a literal tear on that operator and also his Vandal, just getting as many advantages as he possibly can for his own team. Yeah, he sometimes got a little bit too over-aggressive for his own good, but hey, sometimes does happen. That's what SK Rossi is at heart. He just likes to go aggressive. He likes to go in for those kills and get all the advantages for his team. But at the very end, Global Esports, they know how to play around that. They know how to utilize his aggression down to its fullest potential every single time. And that's why Global Esports, they're an unstoppable team. They're going to be heading on down forward up into the upper brackets. And Samurai Esports, they're going to be sent down into the lower instead.
You remember those rounds where SK Rossi was able to just get in towards the B stairs and his teammates were just not able to follow up? Those rounds were the most anxiety-inducing rounds for anyone. SK Rossi had just so much responsibility on his shoulders all by himself that his teammates also could not help him out in those situations. And he did it twice, not just once. Somehow, Samurai Esports was able to deal with it. They stopped the players of Global Esports from coming into B Heavens, and in those rounds, it was just all onto SK Rossi, which did not really pan out in their favor. And mistakes like these, over-aggressive plays like these from Global Esports were always punished by Samurai. Unfortunately, Global Esports just stopped making those mistakes. Everything's methodical, everything's perfect in the last few rounds, and Global Esports are able to close the series out without any further losses.
Completely agree with you there, but let's head on down over to the brackets and see where all of the teams are going to be standing one last time before we do close things out for us. and it is going to be the side of Global Esports heading up and Velocity moving forward as well from today's matchup. Sadly, it's going to be the side of Samurai Esports and the Esports team heading on down forward into a pretty bad situation, but hey, it's completely fine. Don't really worry about it. But what you know what I'm really excited about? That semi-finals matchup, Global versus the side of Velocity. If they're able to make it there, you know for a fact that we're going to be in for another El Clasico matchup.
Oh yeah, the El Clasico is something that everyone's looking forward to, but we will only see that if Global Esports are able to win against their nemesis. They are going to be facing the winner of Enigma versus Force One Esports next. Velocity is going to be facing the winner of Godlike versus Team Valor next.
Yeah, these two teams are going to be going up against one another soon enough. But hey, moving on down over from this matchup, it's going to be heading over tomorrow soon enough. But hey, before we do close things off, before we do go in for our own water breaks, because honestly, after such a long cast, we are all really tired and we all just want to go head out back to our beds and just try and analyze everything in our brains because it was a lot for us to handle. So I'm going to get myself energized. I'm going to get myself a can of Red Bull by scanning the QR code down below on the bottom right side. Make sure you get your one as well, ladies and gentlemen, because after such an intense game, if you want to stay up, if you want to play some more Valorant, you need that Red Bull, get yourself energized. But other than that, make sure to check the links down below in the description as well. We have a giveaway for you for the LG Ultragear monitor, so make sure to check it out, enter it, and maybe if you're feeling lucky, like the players that we had today, you could get yourself a monitor for yourself and then play like the pros that you have seen on screen today. Other than that, make sure to check the links down below from our sponsors from the side of WD Black and also AMD Ryzen Radiant. Get yourself a new processor, get yourself that new SSD, step up your game because the qualifiers for Season 2 are up once again as well. All of the links down below in the description. Check it all out. But for now, it's going to be your boy Aggressive signing on off with his buddy Rips. And we're going to be heading on down forward into the next matchup soon enough. So we'll see you soon with the LG Ultragear TEC Gauntlet Season 1, powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radiant. We'll catch you soon.